Pokemon Yellow. That appears to be focused over on quality of life additions, making things a little bit more available to the player, and introducing some improvements to things like the Pokédex. So this is Pokemon Yellow at its core. And that means, of course, our team is going to be including the starter Pikachu. I do have a loose plan on what I plan to put onto my team, but things may change as we progress through the game. Welcome, Crimson Reaper. How are you doing today? I did notice you just DM'd me over on Discord, so let's go ahead and start by talking about the ban list. Over on the Yu-Gi-Oh side, the Noodle deck should be pretty much unplayable now, though there is a chance that the old variants we saw with Spice and Roastery could make a comeback. Then, when it comes to Machines and Cybers, I think both decks are still going to be relatively competent. I believe Cybers actually came in 3 of the top 4 spots of a Japanese point battle today. So definitely expect to continue to see some Attitude Hydrons. Running Widespread Variant is not the end of the world. Other than that, let's see. I do think the Ghost Cyclone hit is going to be a blow to decks like Harpies. And then something like Blue Eyes that was Rogue, but not quite as good as decks like Machines and Cybers, might get a little bit better simply because they have that advantage of running a negate attack. So I would say it is major in the sense that Noodles are gone. And then not as big of a deal in that Cybers and Machines are still quite playable. Overall, I actually quite like the ban list. I have a video in my Design Space series where I talk about ban lists in games. And the thing with Negate Attack and Attitude Hydron and Amigal all going to 2 is quite similar to the way Pokemon's Hall of Fame system works. And I think that is the best way to do a ban list. Allow the best decks to use their power cards, and allow the weaker decks to use better staples than them. By doing something like putting Amigal and Negate Attack on the Limit 2 list, everyone else is still able to use Negate Attack just fine. But the best decks in the game are not able to use it, which is a great balancing mechanism. Zetsu noting that the opposing Eevee did manage to get a big hit on Pikachu. But fortunately, we survive with 1 HP and make it out no problem. And that Rattata's going to get a critical hit in return, allowing us to clear through this area no problem. We are actually at full health, so we don't need much there. And one major change made to this made to the ROM hack is that we get the Old Rod here in Viridian City, super early in the game. And I'm going to be using this to add Poliwag to my team. Poliwag is going to be our key to beating Brock, as Pikachu, with its electric typing, is not well suited for it. You might also notice that I am moving quite fast, and that is because running shoes are a new addition to the ROM. So next up, we should be getting the Pokédex. And in the hack, the Pokédex actually gives us location data on all of the Pokemon, but obviously we do need to have them registered as seen first. Once we get the Pokeballs, I believe Poliwag is in the encounter table. And Viridian City does have it does have a mart as well. Though, isn't Oak also supposed to give me 5 balls? Actually, no, I need to go do the catching tutorial first. Okay, so that is the plan. Let us start by grabbing the town map from Daisy. As far as I can tell, the early routes shouldn't have too much different in terms of encounters. Other than the old rod, that has been added. So I wonder if I should actually be speeding up the game here. Just so it is a little bit faster. Let me go to double speed. Should be still pretty navigatable while making things a little bit better for us. And here comes the capture tutorial. Even though we already see Oak capture the Pikachu earlier in the game. Alright, and he actually fails. That is kind of funny. So if we press start and A, that's interesting. But now I believe if we go back to Oak one more time, we should get the 5 free balls. Or not. Well, in that case, I am just gonna go buy some at the mart. We should have some starting money, which makes it no problem at all. More Rattatas. Oh, and even though the game is muted, the Pikachu somehow still manages to say its name when it comes out. Somehow did not notice that the first few battles. Let's go ahead and heal Pikachu up. How are you all doing today, by the way? What have y'all been up to? Definitely has been a little bit since my last stream. 10 Pokeballs should be more than enough to capture a Poliwag. Also, I decided to up the music a little bit. It looked like it was a little bit quiet. And Poliwag is actually our very first encounter. And at level 5, I wonder if it's able to take a Thunder Shock or not. The answer is yes, which is perfect, as that means it'll be added no problem. Let's go ahead and throw a Pokeball. And now we need to heal it up so it can start getting some experience points. Over in the rival battle. And it only has Double Slap. Hopefully it is able to learn Bubble or even something a little bit stronger, like Water Gun, before we actually reach Rock. Otherwise, it isn't going to be doing very much for us. Let's see what the rival has on their team. Spearow, level 9. I am apparently grossly underprepared for this battle. Hoping a Pikachu and hope that the power of Thundershock is enough to get us there. Looks like it is going to be a 2-hit KO. But they are going to be knocking out the Pikachu. Lowering its defense, which could be an issue. As we go into the Eevee. So let's go ahead and switch out. As 50% bonus damage is way too much. Interestingly, the Spearow is even stronger than the Eevee. Poly gets in with a 5-hit Double Slap. Nice work, but they get another critical hit and bringing below half health. So I'm going to be switching in Kira. Let's go ahead and Thunder Shock, and we actually managed to get the Paralysis, which is great. With a double para, we are going to be able to turn this around. And the Eevee is unable to do anything else against our Pikachu. Poliwag gains another level. And now we are ready for the forest once we head over to the center. Another Wild Nidoran, and Wild Nidoking is quite good in Pokemon, and especially Pokemon Yellow. I want to use Pokemon that I probably wouldn't use all too often. I will be avoiding the classic team of the starters, Pikachu, Snorlax, and Pidgeot. I am going to need to find a Spearow, though. Now that I think about it, as I want Farfetch'd on my team later in the game. So we need to just kind of go here a little bit until we find a Spearow. Assuming Spearow actually is located here. If the rival does have a Spearow, this should be correct. But we actually have a handy tool that will be able to tell us. We just scroll through the Pokedex and click on area. And as you can see, we are in a spawn point for it. So all we need to do is continue battling. And eventually, one of these wonderful little flying birds will make their appearance. Also, I want to say we have been getting quite lucky on the double slaps. I kind of wonder if that is a change they made to make it hit more often. That is a bit of a weird sentence, but hopefully you understand what I mean. And after a critical hit, this Nidoran is down. Oh, and there is Bubble. Not a particularly powerful move, of course. But it is enough. When we are fighting Pokemon that are going to be 4 times weak to it. Such as Geodude. But we are having a really rough time finding a Spearow here. Maybe I need to go a little bit further down the line. And I really don't want to be doing a ton of grinding. So hopefully it shows up sooner rather than later. Though I am also tempted to go try to find a guide to kind of tell us if it is more common on a different route. As all we are finding are Nidorans. Let me see if I cannot find something that will tell us a little bit better. Pokémon. And we want to find Spearow. From what I can tell, it looks like there might be another Spearow option at Vermilion City. So we might be just going ahead. I will double check the availability over in the map to confirm what I think I saw. Area, and no. But it is available on the routes leading up to Cerulean. So there is still plenty of opportunity to find one later. And that means we are moving on. Just one more Nidoran, and we'll make it back into the town. Also, we need to level up the Pikachu a little bit more here. Poliwag is already level 10, and Pikachu is lagging behind at 7. So we'll be focusing on Pikachu as we go through the forest. Welcome, Shoto. Hope you are having a good day. What have you been up to? I feel like it's been a little bit since I haven't been streaming as much recently. I am doing pretty well myself. Been working on a small D&D thing for someone I know. Been working on my various card games, trying out some new games on Steam, etc. and generally been enjoying what is mostly a break from dueling while recovering from the World Championship qualifiers. Oh, and we accidentally run into the trainer here. But, I mean, I guess the extra experience points is not a huge issue. As a early game bug catcher, they are not going to be using anything particularly difficult to beat. It is just a little bit of time in order to clear it out. Oh, apparently Oddish was moved to be an encounter in the forest. And I actually really like that. Games like Let's Go move Oddish and Bellsprout up before Cerulean City. That way they are available for Brock as well. As Oddish is really good against those rock ground types, but also should fall off against Starmie's psychic typing. But our Pikachu is poisoned. And that is a bad sign for its continued survival for the rest of the forest. Sorry, it has been a rough time, Shoto. Hopefully things get resolved soon. Alright, we are being hit by Sand Attack, but managed to connect with a bubble to finish this off. Do I have any antidote? I do not, but I do have 3 potions. So we will heal the Pikachu, and then switch it over to the back so it doesn't take any more battle damage. And let's hit him with a bubble. Does okay damage. But Double Slap honestly might be the better move here. I'm not sure if Polly just has a higher attack stat, or if it's just because Bubble is so weak. Let's go ahead and take, wait, a pincer. Out of nowhere. We might be getting sent back to the city, as I was not ready for a boss battle. And especially not one with a pincer. That bubble did absolutely nothing. And the pincer now has an improved critical hit ratio. With Harden to make these double slaps even weaker, we're going to need 5 hits with a crit if we really want to get out of here. Unfortunately, Poliwag goes down. And all we have left is our poisoned Pikachu. Fortunately, Pincer does fall. And we gain a ton of experience points for it. And then it looks like they are just using a Metapod as their other Pokemon. I really feel like they should have led with the Metapod. That way, we are more prepared for the Pincer instead of getting jump scared by it. But we do manage to get to level 11. Tailwhip is fine. And we can get rid of Growl for it. But we actually aren't out of the forest just yet. Remember, we are poisoned, and we'll be slowly taking damage through the overworld. So we need to actually get through this without fainting. Kakuna should be some free experience points, but they actually do know Poison Sting. So we need to watch out. And I mean, if a wild Pincer can show up, that would be pretty devastating. How many ticks do we have left? 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we make it with 1 or 2 HP remaining. Our Pikachu survives the onslaught. So now let us go straight into the gym and see if Poliwhirl is able to do its job. I believe this trainer should have a Sandshrew. Oh, and a Diglett. Okay. Diglett is weak to Bubble and does have a noticeably low HP pool. But even then, Bubble not even dealing half health. Double Slap hitting 3 times brings us close to the end of the battle. But they do have another monster in the back. And as expected, it is the Sandshrew. We need to watch out for its defense curl. But until it unleashes it, we probably want to use Double Slap over Bubble. As if we're able to get 4 or 5 hits, it's pretty strong. Oh, but a Fury Swipes is going to take out our Poliwag with a critical hit. And now all that is left is Pikachu. Fortunately, it is at a high enough level to use Quick Attack, so we aren't completely walled here. Fury Swipes, not going to be enough to take us out, and a Quick Attack should finish the job. Will I be doing Duel Links next week? I definitely do want to do the point battle next week. My schedule has just been quite not correct. Other than that, I also might do a little bit of speed duel while we wait for the box. I'm not sure how much Rush I will be playing before the box or Bandless drop, though. Alright, so we see a level 10 Geodude. 4 times weak to Bubble. And even then, only a 2-hit KO due to how weak Bubble actually is as a move. But it is still good enough, as long as it's able to get us through this Onix. Onix has a pretty pitiful attack stat. While Screech would help, I'm not convinced it is going to be enough. Let's continue to hit him. And we will KO before the Bide unleashes. And there we have it. Badge number 1 down. I do think Charmander is given to us through the story, but I am not currently planning on using it. And that's just because I think I've definitely used it plenty of times already, playing through the Gen 1 games. We do want to catch a Spearow, though, as we need it for a trade in Vermilion City. We have plenty of Pokeballs already available to us. And if we are fighting the Cerulean City Gym next, we definitely want to be focusing on leveling up this Pikachu. Its stats are not ideal, but it is going to be good enough for early in the game. Hit him with a few Thunder Shocks, and it should go down. No problem. Oh, I actually will be catching Jigglypuff as well. Thank you for reminding me, as I actually had a pretty good chance of forgetting to pick it up. I believe Jigglypuff should be in the grass. Outside of Mount Moon that we are coming up to. So I do want to start training that as well, as it is a Moonstone evolution. And Wigglytuff has been buffed considerably. Gaining the special stat it needs to actually use attacks effectively. And with its huge HP pool, it should be incredibly tanky. Almost like a mini version of Chansey. Unfortunately, not many of these battles are optional. So we are going to be doing a little bit of a trainer gauntlet. Until we manage to get to the Pokemon Center in the dungeon. Pikachu is way too low, so we're going to need to bring in Poliwag. Ralts would not be in this game, as it is a Generation 3 Pokemon. Assuming you're talking about the one that becomes Gardevoir. Alright, Poliwag getting a level and finally learning Water Gun. Would have made Rock even easier. But we need to go heal this Pikachu. I wonder if talking to the Jigglypuff here is enough to log it into the Pokedex. I suspect the answer is probably no. But we will take a look. The answer is definitely no. Oh, and trying to go around the trainer just forced me into another battle instead. Last with the Rattata, definitely not going to be able to stand up to Pikachu's might. Nidoran Mal. Before it evolves, it is not a ground type, so we are able to safely Thundershock it. My favorite is probably a tie between the first two stages of the Porygon line. But then there are a lot of other Pokemon I also like. At some point, I want to say Wartortle, Poliwhirl, Ivysaur, Weavile, Mimikyu, Golurk, Ho-Oh, Phanpy, Donphan, Teddiursa, and a lot more have been my favorite at some point in time. And ending off on a Metapod brings this trainer down. And after defeating one Metapod, another appears. But there's still not very much to think about, other than clicking the Thundershock button until it falls. Paris, though, is a grass type, so we are going to be switching out the Pikachu here for Poliwag. And unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to make good use of Water Gun just yet, relying instead on Double Slap to get us over the line. Even though Paris is a grass type, it isn't going to actually know any grass type moves. Metapod, no problem. Might as well just stay in at this point. Let's go ahead and Water Gun. as it should be dealing significantly more damage than Bubble. When you're talking about the Lava Legendary, are you referring to Moltres, Heatran, or Entei? Or a different one? Alright, and there should be a Jigglypuff and a Spearow somewhere in these grasses. I do think if I fight the trainer above me, they should have a Jigglypuff and add it into the Pokedex for us to confirm. But once again, let's go ahead and double check Spearow is here. It says it is. So with 2 Pokemon we are looking for, this is great grass to be hunting in. And the levels of the Pokemon are going to be a little bit higher than we would have found over on Route 22, meaning it is also worth a little bit more as experience points. Let's switch in the healthier Poliwag, who unfortunately doesn't appear to have Hypnosis. And Oddish is a tough one, as if it has Absorb, we are going to be in a little bit of danger fighting them, so we'll run from those. But we do find a Spearow. All part of the plan. Let's use Water Gun, and it looks like it is able to take another one before we throw the Pokeball. Then one Bubble as well. And perfect. Spearow is in capture range. So, Pokeball should make it no problem. Spearow added to the team, though we aren't actually going to be raising it very much, as it is just meant to be traded off later. Poliwag is healthy, so I'm fine. And I was correct, this is a Jigglypuff, and it is going to be added to our Dex, meaning we can confirm it is found here. Unfortunately, seeing it is going to make this a little bit of a challenging fight. Level 14 is right on par with our own Pokemon, and Stab Pound is going to be stronger than you might think. With Gen 1 Sleep, even on the turn we wake up, we aren't going to be able to attack. And a Poliwag appears to be sleeping for a full 5 turns. Sing is inaccurate, but it is quite good if you're able to get it to land. Go for another Water Gun, but we are still not even halfway there. Our Pikachu is looking kind of low. Thundershock, and then a Disable, but it hits Quick Attack instead of Thundershock. With a critical hit, we are able to survive. Double Team is an interesting choice, and I think we are going to take it over the Tail Whip, as stat boosting moves are very powerful in Generation 1 for being able to reapply the boost provided by badges. So Disable in most games is going to mean the most recent move you have used is no longer selectable. However, in Generation 1, the move chosen is random. So it basically turned off Quick Attack and left me unable to use it. However, since it didn't hit my actual attacking move, it essentially did nothing. And now Jigglypuff is in the Dex. Let's confirm its area. Something interesting we saw when we checked is that Jigglypuff also appears to be available south of Cerulean City. So if we go there instead, the Jigglypuff that we capture is going to be a higher level. And that means we can not only save experience points on raising it, but we also get to spend that experience points that we would be spending raising it on our Pikachu instead, which I I think is going to be a great choice, as getting additional Pokemon early on might spread us too thin. We definitely need Pikachu to be as strong as possible for the gym battle. But we also are in a tunnel that might be home to a lot of ground and rock types. So my plan is simple. We're going to use Poliwag on the tunnel. And then we're going to use Pikachu up in the Nugget Bridge section to catch Pikachu back up. There should be a Moonstone over in the top left here. But it might actually be in the actual top left of the map rather than this section. Also, I don't want to have to scroll all the time for Water Gun. So let's go ahead and swap its position up to the top, so it is easier to tag it. I believe the first time I played Pokemon, I chose Bulbasaur. And the reason I did that was so that, I didn't have to make the decision. Between Red and Blue, they give you Charmander and Squirtle. And I felt that Bulbasaur was being left out. However, I remember evolving up to Venusaur and being so disappointed in the way its sprite looked that I restarted my game and picked the starter that was in the version I was playing. So if it was red, it was Charmander, and if it was blue, it was Squirtle. But I actually don't remember what my first game was out of those two. Also, I have been considering whether or not I want to add Bijo to my team, but that seems like a lot of Pokemon to be running early on. So we are just gonna march forward with these. And I knew there was something here, but it's only a potion. But more importantly, Poliwag was poisoned. Also, I need to go get a tissue. I can feel myself about to sneeze. Well, actually, maybe it went away. Okay. Either way, we do need to go heal this Poliwag. Being poisoned right at the start is not going to be a winning strategy. There's no way we make it through the entire cave with a poisoned Pokemon. Let's go ahead and heal up Pikachu. We're gonna go all the way up to dodge the optional trainer. All we need is one Moonstone from the cave, so we don't need to explore all of the side passages like I normally would as a more thorough player of these types of games. I figure if it is on stream, I don't want to be dragging down the content by doing every nook and cranny available. So we are going to pass right by the other optional ladders and go as deep as possible to find the correct path. A couple of water guns take Zubat out. And then I believe there is a trainer right there. I was hoping to dodge them, but that is fine. Their Oddish is going to be a huge issue for my team, especially if it knows Absorb, which I believe is its default move. But a Tackle is a promising start. Maybe we are actually going to be able to get through it. Another Tackle and no Sleep Powder means Oddish faints. And level 16 is pretty good. Bellsprout, we are going to change over to Spearow. Even though Spearow is not a permanent team member, it is going to know Pack. And a level advantage plus super effective damage will be good enough to get us through the battle. So we keep on trekking. And there is yet another trainer. I believe this is a youngster with like a Rattata. And I was correct. Though I do not remember what the other Pokemon on the team were. Let's go ahead and water gun our way through the first one. Maybe he has a Zubat. Oh, it is another Sandshrew. A Pokemon that I don't believe was initially catchable until outside of Mount Moon. But they did change the encounter table here. Oh, and I was right. It is a Zubat. Somehow, despite not having played a Gen 1 game in many years, I have the knowledge tucked away. And the Sandshrew, I believe, probably was just an addition to show off the route change. I believe there's a hiker somewhere around here, so we dodge them and get the Moonstone. All part of the plan. Alright, and there's our first Geodude. The main reason we were even using Poliwag up at the front of the line anyway. Against a Zubat, we would actually rather be using our Pikachu, as it is a flying type that we are able to hit for super effective damage. But this is fine as well. As long as we are two-shotting the Zubats, it's not a huge deal. The amount of damage we take should be relatively negligible. So, Generation 1 is actually a little bit different. Instead of an EXP share, we have the EXP all. But that is going to be added about halfway through the game. I want to definitely grab it if I get the chance. We are encountering a ton of Zubats, and we're about to get started on the rocket fights. So I am going to be switching over to Pikachu now. And we are also going to be using one of our potions to give Poliwag a little bit more health as we get through this part. As long as we keep encountering Zubats, we are going to be able to Thundershock them, and we should take them out in one hit. No problems there. Optional Rocket. Hopefully we can just walk on past it. Paris is a pretty interesting Pokemon. Because it learns the 100% accurate Spore. But I am not going to be including it in this challenge. Let's go ahead and knock it out with a water gun. Tackle does deal a little bit of damage, but that is okay. We do have 2 additional potions to get us through if needed. Also, I think I have been forgetting about the running shoes. So, our movement speed is about to go up. Though, maybe subconsciously, I just was not using them because I was trying to avoid those optional trainers. Also, that double slap dealt a ton of damage. As long as we don't get hit too many times, we should be okay. Thundershock, clearing out the Clefairy. But we absolutely need to use a potion. And our reserves are starting to get a little bit low. We know there is going to be a boss fight against Jesse and James after this. So we are also going to need to be prepared for that. Carrot says, am I going to make a video about the skill changes? That is a good question. I feel like I should, as a Rush channel, game updates are definitely a big time to make videos. But I have just felt kind of overwhelmed with all the stuff going on outside of my streams. And I'm really having to make the decision on whether to make that video or have hobbies. Kind kind of like this. Like, I could be playing Duel Links or working on that video right now instead of playing Pokemon. It is kind of difficult for me to find the perfect balance. I'm thinking what I might do is do a short stream. And just do kind of like a live reaction or something that's going to be very minimally edited. I'm going to grab the Dome Fossil. I don't actually plan on using either, but I do like Kabutops more. Is it hard to go live? I would say yes, for two different reasons. First, there is scheduling. So if I am, like on the Fridays, we are supposed to have those point battle rooms, but I just was not able to wake up, in time to do it. My sleep schedule has been pretty rough lately. There is just, like I said, a lot going on. And then, apart from that, it can feel like a big investment to actually queue on in and do everything, compared to how much easier it is to simply relax and do other things. And that is actually part of the reason I've decided I wanted to try streaming some more games. Other than Duel Links. Just to try to thread the needle a little bit. Also, we are absolutely apparently unprepared for this. Meowth completely destroys our Poliwag. And we are going to be going back straight to the beginning of Mount Moon. Rest in peace, our money. Magikarp, obviously not going to be able to do anything against this. And we don't have any revives just yet. I suppose this means it might be beneficial to our time if I were to properly explore the dungeon for those extra experience points. And maybe pick up a few items along the way. Or at the minimum, we're going to do these other battles. And the reason we are going back is to restock up on the potions. Quick attack should be a nice KO. Oh, and I forgot I actually didn't do this one the first time. Horror games are probably not really up my alley. I definitely prefer the cuter stuff. I have considered playing something like Literature Club, which is, by technicality, a horror game. But that's probably about the extent of it that I would personally be doing. Alright, so Pokemon. And this will let us replenish on a few potions. And then let us grab the Pokeballs as well. I don't think we need anything else, though an escape rope would theoretically make sense, given the struggles I was having earlier. And we are back in the cave. And Geodude immediately comes in and challenges our Pikachu. So I suppose that means it is Poliwag time once again. Water Gun is going to be a clean one-hit KO on the Geodude. Also, I just want to say, speedrunners completely amaze me. We are about an hour into the stream, and I'm pretty sure that is about how long as it takes some people to beat, like, half of the game. They are just so incredibly fast. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the item up there. Fortunately, this time it is a Zubat. So we are going to be able to knock it out with relative ease. And we get the Mega Punch TM, plus an Ether. For some reason, the Rocket Grunt does not attack us. So we're able to keep on going. Thunder Shock is going to knock out Zubat, no problem. But Sandshrew is going to be probably a little bit too tough for Pikachu. So let's go ahead and bring in Poliwag, whose Water Gun attack is much more threatening, offering a one-hit KO. One thing I've noticed is that my Poliwag doesn't appear to learn Hypnosis. I've only used them in Gen 2, where they have that ability. But that must have been a moveset change in between generations. Alright, Zubat should be relatively simple. And we are actually about to get a Power Spike before the Rocket rematch. All we need to do is bring in Poliwag one more time. Thunder Shock takes out the Zubat. But we are running into a ton of them here. This one appears to be a little bit of a higher level, but that shouldn't be a huge deal. Alright, here comes the Geodude, and with that, it means that we are switching over to Poliwag. And with this battle, Poliwag is going to reach level 18. Typically, this is a Pokemon that evolves around level 24 or 25. But if I read the changelog correctly, we should be getting a Poliwhirl nice and early. And with all the stat increases associated with evolution, I'm hoping it's going to be able to get us through the fight. No problem. We could go for the Mega Punch TM to make it even better. However, I plan on trading the Poliwhirl for a Jinx later in the story. So we are going to not invest too much energy into the Poliwhirl apart from its level, as level is a key component of trades. Poliwhirl comes in, we'll try the Water Gun. Acid dealing decent damage, but let's see how our Double Slap fares. A critical hit means we are in for a 2-hit KO. Sorry, Carrot, I don't really do get that a lot. I actually used to go over to speech therapy to try to learn to speak better. But this was a really long time ago, back when I was a kid. And I have actually gotten a lot more normal. Some of the comments back in high school, it used to be that I speak very robotically. And then by the time I was in college, it was more that I was speaking like an anime character. Or like somebody was listening to a YouTube poop, or a sentence mixing type of thing, if you're not familiar with that genre of video. And now, I don't actually know quite what people say. I've gotten, kind of like a mixture. I guess these days people say it's like listening to an AI voice, which is kind of robotic and kind of like somebody who doesn't know what they're saying, mixing a bunch of words together. So that is a pretty interesting evolution from my perspective. So the Poliwhirl is definitely going to faint here. But Pikachu should be fine. There aren't any actual trainers. So all we need to do is explore the area. And I feel like there used to be a hidden item somewhere along that section. And of course the move tutors. Oh, maybe it's this one. Razor Wind is not particularly strong. But I was informed by the Pokedex there should be Jigglypuff in not this area. Okay. And who else am I looking for? The other ones are around Saffron. So I'm waiting. Let us start by healing up the Pokemon. Also, as you can tell, I'm not really doing any kind of challenge run here. I'm just kind of experiencing the ROM hack. And I'm getting to play a game I haven't played in a while. Okay, so Boulder Badge increases attack. I'm gonna find which one it boosts special. I guess that's pretty late into the game. Thunder Badge is speed. Soul Badge is defense. Alright, so it's not until the Volcano Badge that I'm going to get badge boosted electric type moves. A little bit unfortunate, but also okay. Am I ready for the rival fight? I'm pretty sure they lead with a Spearow. So Pikachu should be the right choice. Let's go ahead and fight Aster. Carrot, that is correct. However, because they added Jigglypuff south of the city as well, I decided to skip over it to catch a high level one a little bit later in the game. I don't think it is initially available near the daycare. But I figured it would let me put the experience points onto my other Pokemon as well, since it should be higher level if I'm catching it later in the game. Pikachu definitely needs some extra experience points, so we will keep it in against the Rattata. And we'll just go ahead and spam Thunder Shock on it. Should be a clean 2-hit KO, and Tail Whip is not going to be able to do much of anything. The lower defense is not a huge deal, as we are able to switch out whenever we want. Bellsprout means Spearow is able to come in and do a little bit of work despite not being an intended team member. It's mostly here to use Fly later in the game. And I mean, Farfetch'd is the one that is going to do it. Eevee is the final Pokemon. So we'll bring in the Poliwhirl, who is technically our ace right now. Quick attack. Only dealing 11 damage. Water Gun, I was going to say, should be a clean KO. Much faster than the quick attacks. But without those critical hits, I'm actually not sure it would have ended up being that way at all. Fortunately, it is still able to get the win. But we are definitely going to need to heal here. I suppose technically the Nugget Bridge section is optional content. So I could try immediately storming the gym. Actually, no, it is not. Bill is how we gain the SSN ticket. And I don't have anyone to do the skip with. If you trade a Pokemon with Cut to Red, Blue, or Yellow, you're able to skip Nugget Bridge and the SSN entirely. Though, of course, you would end up being a little bit underleveled. Looks like Nugget Bridge number 1 is using a Butterfree. Definitely a bit different than the original trainer. Butterfree is instead located on a trainer south of the city before you reach Vermilion. Oh, unfortunately, we get a low roll on the 2-shot for the Beedrill. So now our Pikachu is looking a little bit weakened. Is Team Rocket the main boss? For the Mount Moon segment, yes. And I mean, there are definitely several segments during the game where you need to fight Rocket members. I would say the overall main boss of the game, though, is the rival, as they're the one that you need to defeat to get the credit screen. Level 15 Jigglypuff. We know the previous one gave us trouble, so let's actually try setting up a double team here, and maybe we can dodge those nasty Sings and double slaps. Go ahead with a Thunder Shock, and our double team coming in handy to dodge Sing just as planned. Oddish is coming in next, and that means we are going to be switching over to Spearow. Let's go ahead with Peck. Spearow is poison, but that is fine. Not really that concerned about the Spearow. I also do want to get some more experience on my other Pokemon, so instead of having Spearow finish the job, we're going to do a quick switch and then knock out the Oddish with a quick attack. And it's even a critical hit to top it all off. Onto Nugget Bridge, member number 3. And as expected, it is a Rattata. I feel like if I were going to give the first member a Beedrill Butterfree team, I'd probably change this one to have just 2 Pokemon, and then give them a Raticate somewhere. There is an iconic boss, well, not boss, but just kind of a regular trainer in Mount Moon. One of the Rocket Grunts, in Yellow mode specifically, who has a Raticate. And it's considered a pretty difficult fight. But now we've cleared Mount Moon and we've gotten extra experience points from things like the rival battle. So I think it would be fair to give them like Ekans and Raticate as a pairing. Over here in the Nugget Bridge. Zubat, not a huge deal, especially when we switch back into Pikachu for those experience points. Keep in mind, we need Pikachu to get as high of a level as possible to make defeating Misty easier. I believe Pikachu is at around half. So we are going to be healing on up at the center one more time. And hopefully we'll be able to clear 4 and 5. At the same time. Any Pokemon I dislike. I want to say it is probably just Noivern and Noibat. I think they are cool Pokemon. and I want to use them in the games, but Noibat is so weak and evolved so late that my impressions immediately soured on them. Just because of how unusable it was. And then Carrot asked if I'm planning on doing more Pokemon TCG content. That is a tough question. I'm definitely not playing it currently right now. But I could see someday going back to it. Especially if the dueling stuff ends up something I abandon. I mean, I don't have any plans to fully stop playing Duel Links in the near future. But there is definitely only time to play one card game. Especially if it means grinding for gems in Duel Links. Or the Battle Pass over in PTCG Live. Other things I could do is theoretically I could make a discussion video on things like Pokemon's old formats. And that would be a little bit easier, as it would not mean keeping up with everything constantly going on in the game. Also, why has the music stopped? I think it is just a very quiet song. Okay. I've tried turning it up even higher, but hopefully it is not too high now. And then our sixth and final opponent on this route is a Team Rocket member. With Thunder Punch by our side, Pikachu has gotten a huge power spike. And should have no problem clearing this out. Should I ask if it is copyrighted music? I am not sure. We are currently listening to the Glitch City 24/7 radio channel. And I know they make remixes of various Pokemon music. So what is the right way to go here? I guess we can fight fewer if we go this way. So this is a hiker, but I believe they use a Machop. No, it's Onyx. This is the Onyx one. Unfortunately, we're going to have to switch out for the Poliwhirl. And then just hit it with a water gun. Maybe the one above him was the Machop trainer. We will definitely try to fight the Slowpoke trainer to gain those extra few experience points. But the other ones are probably a little bit tougher. Or, I mean, won't be weak to our own attacks. We're just going for the easy KOs here. And we even get to level 21 in the process. Unfortunately, we are coming up on a non-optional trainer. So we have to fight this one. And then it looks like we might have to fight the others as well. Oh, Wigglytuff is definitely not the original fight here. I like the change. A nice critical hit means we should maybe two-shot the Wigglytuff. And with a second critical hit, it is done. Last falls. Next up is the hiker and another Geodude. I know one of these people leads with a Machop because I got wrecked by it one time. I don't remember what exactly I was running, but it was something that had an attack that would have been fine against a Geodude, but then it didn't really work against Machop very well. Alright, to do that, we will switch back over to the Pikachu. Yeah, I am not a big fan of Self-Destruct and Explosion either. I think it works well in boss fights for NPCs to have it. but it isn't something that I personally like using. A lot of the time, exploring something like a route is going to be a test of endurance. And having one of your Pokemon just instantly fainting is not a great way to make that happen. We're going to bring in the Poliwhirl a little bit preemptively, as the fourth Pokemon should be something like an Onix or a Geodude. And it is another Geodude to cap off their lead as well. Water Gun is a one-shot, and we proceed. Next, we are up for the item skip. By encountering this trainer, you'll notice up in the top right of the screen, there was a cut tree, preventing us from accessing the item over there. However, this trainer comes forward to face us. So we're gonna go ahead, use Growl. We water gun away the Diglett. And let's see what their other Pokemon happens to be. A Psyduck. So I got the order wrong. Poliwhirl should have fought the Diglett initially, and then switch in the Pikachu. But this is fine. Thunder Punch still has plenty of juice. And now we get to obtain an item early. As you can see, he opens up the way. And Seismic Toss is now ours. Let's go ahead and dodge that optional trainer and then take on the final one. I believe initially this trainer uses something like a Jigglypuff or a Clefairy. Oddish could be one I was just forgetting. Let's start with a quick attack, and it doesn't seem like it's doing a ton. Unfortunately, Pikachu is not immune to paralysis, as we are still considered pretty early in terms of generations. After all, it is the very first one. Immunity to paralysis was added later on. I'm gonna guess that the Mew glitch is still here. However, I don't have an Abra, so I'm not gonna be teleporting around and trying to grab it. I definitely have done a run of yellow or two where I use it in my team though. Thunder Punch is a clean one-hit KO on the Pidgey. Alright, and another Oddish. Let's go ahead with a quick attack. And a critical hit means it is a 3-hit KO, but after a Leech Seed. I think it might be worth switching out. Let's bring in the Spearow again for those super effective packs. Poison is not that much damage, and Absorb is auto resist. We would rather have a Poison Powder than a Stun Spore. Running into the slowed turns and nullified turns is way less convenient. And here is our Bill. I don't think he is normally a Kabuto. I'm pretty sure he is just a Nidoran in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Alright, and there is the SS ticket. So we are now out of here. We could have grabbed the Pokedex pages for the Eevee family, but it doesn't seem like a huge deal to me. Yeah, in all the Gen 1 games, Bill accidentally turns themselves into a Pokemon. And you need to bring him back in order to progress the story. The SSN ticket is mandatory for players without access to trades. We are now in the gym. So hopefully Pikachu is able to just kind of sweep. That is my entire plan. Finish off Seal with a quick attack. Also, what level was the Charmander? Only level 13. Alright, and they've actually boosted up to 3. Initially, Misty only runs a Staryu and a Starmie. But leading out with a Psyduck is a great anime reference, and Goldeen offers some better variety here. I approve of both changes made to the team. But as you can see, Thunder Punch is doing a great job. Starmie is coming in at level 21. Just a perfect level cap to grab yourselves a Gloom or a Weeping Bell, who both evolve at that level. I do not want to risk getting hit by confusion, so we are going to switch out the Pikachu for Poliwhirl here. Then, our only real attack option is going to be Double Slap. It doesn't deal a ton of damage, but Starmie is low enough that I think we can get there as long as we hit 3 times. And there you have it. Starmie goes down. And Misty is defeated in solid time. And we get Bubble Beam. A great choice for Poliwhirl. But as I mentioned earlier, we are going to be trading it for the Jinx when that encounter opportunity arises. Favorite trainers. I definitely like a lot of the Alola cast. Nanu and Guzma are both pretty fun trainers to interact with. But now let's think about who we want to actually train up. The next fight is Lieutenant Surge. I mean, maybe we just bring in the Wigglytuff once we manage to catch it. And then, I mean, Poliwhirl is not going to be good enough against those electric types. Oh, and we can give something Dig. So we'll be in a great spot. Other trainers I like. Let's see. So I actually quite like the Gen 1 and Gen 2 rivals, but I have a video going up in around 6 hours that actually talks about why, or it discusses my main problem with the Gen 1 rival, who I think is otherwise a great character. I definitely like Hop a lot. Hop does exactly what I think a rival should do. So a lot of respect for the Sword Shield writing team, even if the story itself is very convoluted. They managed to do at least one thing right. Let's finish off Drowsy with a quick attack and grab that Dig TM. And we confirmed. Jigglypuff should be available over in this grass. All we need to do is wait and fight for it. We'll go ahead and use a few Thunder Punches until it shows up, and then we'll use the weaker Quick Attack so we don't accidentally KO it. Oh wait, Farfetch is just available in the wild here. Had I known that, I wouldn't have even bothered to capture the Spearow. But also, this is fine, as I can just grab it here anyway. It looks like I should be able to get in one more quick attack as long as I don't crit. All part of the plan. Let's go ahead and throw a Pokeball. Oh, but it appears to have a lower catch rate than I was expecting. We will try it again. Another break. However, I have been forgetting a very important tool. Thunder Wave will increase our catch rate by about 30%. And that even means Pikachu is going to stay healthy, as Farfetch will be paralyzed every now and then and unable to use an attack. And I say that before it immediately goes down to 3 HP from a Fury attack. And this Farfetch'd is absolutely destroying our Pokeball stock. How difficult did they make this thing? We haven't even gotten a single shake. this entire time. Excuse me. Please get in the ball. This is a 13 Pokeball stockpile. How low is the catch rate? It is quite low. Very well. We are out of Pokeballs now. But we do need to capture our Jigglypuff. So we are going to go ahead and sell our Nugget and whatever other items we do not need. Let's go ahead, sell Bide. Quite a poor move. We will, of course, keep Water Gun around. But we sell the Nugget too. The issue is I do want to keep some money available for Great Balls once we unlock them. So I'm going to grab 20 Pokeballs instead. Instead of spending everything I have. Let us go. I mean, the Farfetch'd was already in red. I don't know how much lower I could have possibly brought it. No, you are not able to sell the Pokemon. That actually was a mechanic in the very beginning of the betas. Back before they were deciding how kid-friendly they should make the franchise. Pokemon was going to be much more about buying and selling your teammates. I don't really want to get rid of any of these moves, but Headbutt should be significantly stronger than Quick Attack. And Pikachu is a pretty fast Pokemon. All we need to do is wait until we find a Jigglypuff or another Farfetch'd, and we will do our best to capture them. Meowth is interesting, but not going to be used in this playthrough. The good thing about the Meowth line is that they have access to a 100% guaranteed crit move in Slash. They are very fast. And they even have good TM access, allowing the player to give them a move like Bubble Beam to shore up the resistance from rock types. Unfortunately, Jigglypuff does not want to show up. But we will keep trying. I will go ahead and confirm I am on the right route, as I want to make sure it's not secretly the one after this. Wait, not Clefairy. It does say it is available right here. So all we can do is keep on trying. We find an Abra. I wonder if we're going to be able to KO it in one hit or not. Thunder Punch. But Abra has a high special. However, a critical hit gets us where we need to go. Unfortunately, this is the boring part of the game. Sitting here, waiting for the right encounter. And I mean, there are even 2 encounters I'm okay with. Abra is not one of the ones that we are trying to grab, though. So we will continue using our PowerPoints until we find what we need. Alright, another Farfetch'd has appeared. I'm thinking Thunder Punch is probably going to be a quick one-hit KO, but if not, we will try to catch it. Unfortunate that we have found 2 Farfetch'd now. Wild Eevee wasn't available until much later in the series, so I'm guessing you probably started in Gen 5 or 6. Is that correct? Makes sense. Eevee is quite cute. I can understand not wanting to have to hurt it. But I do not know why the Pokemon is being mean to me. Okay. I have found the data sheet, which is going to tell me the encounter rate of the Jigglypuff here. Encounters. I don't know what... Okay. We want Jigglypuff. And it says it is a 5% encounter rate. And where's Farfetch'd? Farfetch'd is a lower one. Wait, the game might be lying to me too. I need to check where I am using my town map. We are on Route 5. Alright, it says Farfetch'd is a 10%, and Jigglypuff is 5, 9, 10, 10 and a half. So it does think we were supposed to have encountered it already. And we are just getting pretty unlucky here. Very well. Let's try switching up the patch of grass we're in. Oh, welcome, Happy Racks. Apparently I have the alerts not at the top, so I couldn't actually see how big the raid was. But once again, welcome. How was your stream? I'm gonna assume you were playing, Duel Links rather than Pokemon. But am interested in knowing whatever it was you got up to. For those of you just joining us, we are playing a ROM hack of Pokemon Yellow. And we are searching for what is supposed to be one of the more common encounters on this route. A 10% Jigglypuff encounter. Oh, Withering Waves. I have heard of it, but I have not played it myself. Can you tell me a little bit about the systems? Like, what is interesting about it, and what made you choose that game over many of the other gachas on the market? Alright, we find our third Farfetch'd. Let's go ahead and headbutt. At this point, we are going to Thunder Wave. And we'll switch in a weaker Pokemon, like Charmander, to try to just scratch it down a little bit. Okay. now we throw Pokeballs. We're looking for a Jigglypuff more than anything. But Farfetch'd is the only Pokemon apart from you able to use both Cut and Fly. So I want it on my team for that roll compression of HM moves. But it is broken out of over 15 balls already. If we go down to 15 without capturing it, we are going to give up. So we're gonna give it 2 more shots here. Alright, and final ball for Farfetch'd to get in. And once again, it breaks out despite being paralyzed and low on health. So it gets to die. As soon as we actually manage to attack with a Charmander. And hit. Oh, and it's actually now even lower. Since that did not knock it out, I am inclined to continue throwing balls. But why is the catch rate so low? Alright, and we finally did it. Farfetch'd is on the squad. And I will be naming it after its purpose, but also very curious as to why it took so many balls to capture. But we aren't done yet, as we still have yet to find a Jigglypuff. As you can see, we have Thunder Punch through 15 Pokemon, and we used Headbutt on several more. Like these Abras. Jigglypuff is supposed to be... And here it is. Finally. But now I am worried. What if we accidentally KO this Jigglypuff? We need to go in and use our weaker moves. Let's go with Bubble, as it is an incredibly weak attack. Okay, that is a little bit weaker than I was expecting. We can probably safely double slap after a defense curl. And a second one means we're gonna go for a second double slap. Oh no, but we crit. But fortunately, we only hit the Jigglypuff twice. One more hit, and we would have knocked out the Jigglypuff. We are just about ready to capture it, but we have one more step to go. We are going to need to activate Thunder Wave to paralyze this Jigglypuff. And now we have 11 Pokeballs to get it. We got a 2 or 3 shake on our first attempt. 10 more to go. Alright, and there we have it. Jigglypuff ready to join the team. Sings a pleasing melody that lulls foes to sleep. But it did end up in the PC. That being said, I think there might be a PC in this house. There is not. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab it out from there. So we can actually restore our own PP as well. Still have around 10 Pokeballs. So nothing we need from the mart. But now our team is looking mostly ready to go. With Jigglypuff and Farfetch'd joining the squad. we only have 2 slots left. And I'm planning on using those on slightly later game acquisitions. Let's go ahead and grab Jigglypuff and then take a look at its learn set. Something we are able to do through the updated Pokédex. So we know it is level 17, so it has already learned Double Slap. Unfortunately, it lost Sing in the process. It learns Body Slam at level 30. So the question is whether or not we want to wait for it to hit level 30 before volleying, or if we pop the Moonstone immediately and are stuck with Double Slap until we find good TMs. I think we'll keep Jigglypuff at least for a little bit. Alright, and good night, Shoto. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna train up Jigglypuff using the route down to Vermilion, the side route, and of course the SS Ann. Oh, apparently we could have gotten a Machoke there, which presumably would have evolved right into Machamp. So anything up here? I feel like there's probably a hidden item, but I don't remember where. So we are able to ignore it for now. Alright, a couple of non-optional trainers, but that is okay, as our Jigglypuff needs some experience points anyway. Let's see how well it is able to do with Pound. Alright, off to a pretty bad start. Quick attack gets a crit, but as long as we are able to hit this Pound, we should knock out the Pidgey, and we can switch out once they bring in the next Pokemon. Spearow, we keep Jigglypuff, so it's going to gain the experience points, and then we bring in Pikachu. Which is able to cleanly one-shot the Spearow with our Thunder Punch. Then another Pidgey. We do a little bit of switch training once again. Gust shouldn't be a KO, but it was just around half health. So I don't feel super confident in keeping in Jigglypuff against the Pidgey. Let's bring in Poliwhirl and finish the job with Water Gun. Quick attack is fine, but unfortunately the sand attack meant we missed with our first Water Gun. So we're gonna need to hit one more in order to finish the fight. Let's switch over to Bubble here. And one more fight to go. Starting off with a Mankey. And a fighting type is obviously not what we want to be seeing with our unevolved normal Pokemon. Let's go ahead and hit him with a good old Water Gun. Raticate is up next, but we already have a plan set up to do as much switch training as we can. Wait, I forgot to actually switch out afterwards. That, is entirely my fault. Jigglypuff goes down. And this Raticate is actually pretty threatening. With Hyper Fang, it is dealing pretty significant damage, but all we need is one turn of it doing nothing. With a Tail Whip. And we are ready to go. Let us heal up our Pokemon. We're gonna actually skip the Good Rod here, as I don't think we need it for anything at all. So instead, we could do the SS Ann first But I'm thinking maybe we go train against these players and go on to the SSN instead. Yeah, so Redfire, we were talking about it earlier when I was considering whether or not to add a Meowth to my team. Because of the way the crit rate and, increased crit moves work, Slash is essentially a 100% crit rate move in this generation. But ultimately, I already have Wigglytuff as a normal type monster on my team. So I don't really see the need to bring in something like Persian. Especially if I'm also planning to bring in the Porygon later. Which means I actually do need to be thinking about saving up the money from trainers. Alright, Poliwhirl is actually learning Bubble Beam at level 22. So it's a good thing I did not choose to give it the TM. As that would have been a waste that could otherwise have gone to the Jigglypuff. Which I think it actually might be time. Or is it only Water Gun? No, it is Bubble Beam here. We're gonna go ahead and give it to Wigglytuff, as I don't think my other team members are going to make any use of it. Having an extra water type move might come in handy later in the game. But it's also possible it isn't going to do very much for us, as we already have a water type on our squad. We can also grab the Mega Punch TM for a really strong stab option. Much better than Pound. And again, I mean, I could give this to my other Pokemon later on, but I think the Power Spike here should be noticeable. Anortha is underleveled, so catching it up in actual battles instead of having the HP all the time, or having the XP with the switch training is a good idea if we are able to do it. Seismic Toss is nice. But finally, we also have Dig. But no one on our team is able to learn it, unfortunately. So we're actually going to do all of the trainers here. Even though we've been skipping a lot of the trainers previously. As we do want to go ahead and train up this Pokemon. And speaking of training it, Bubble Beam immediately coming in help. Assuming we are able to land it. Fury Swipes hitting for 9 damage each. A 5-hit would have KO'd us, but we get in with a Bubble Beam and barely deal anything. I mean, with Mega Punch, maybe we don't need Body Slam as badly. So, I've made the executive decision. We are going to go heal this Jigglypuff. And we are going to go ahead and give it the early evolution. It should gain a pretty massive stat increase afterwards. Zubat uses Bite, but that is no problem. Thunder Punch is coming in. Alright, Pikachu levels up. And let us do a comparison before and after. 17 special, 25 attack, 73 HP. And here we go. Wigglytuff obtained. It gained 9 HP. And I want to say around 20 attack and special. This should now be significantly stronger. And it actually seems like they even still learn moves after evolving. Maybe I'm only thinking of some of the other stone Pokemon, or maybe they made the change to allow me to evolve it early. It doesn't even seem like it loses levels. Like some Pokemon will learn a move earlier before it evolves to give you an incentive to keep it as a lower stage. But it seems like 30 is still a body slam for this Wigglytuff. Let's see if our Mega Punches are going to be able to put in a little bit more work here. Unfortunately, we immediately miss, but our second one is going to connect and brings it nice and low. We want to use a move with 100% accuracy to finish off the Bellsprout. And there we go. Giving in an Oddish next. Which calls for another Mega Punch, which brings it down to yellow. And that was a swift KO. Looks like Wigglytuff is back on par. And that means it's time to head over into the SSN. And we probably want to avoid the grinding. So let's go down, and then this is definitely not the correct path. Oh, but there are probably pretty good items scattered throughout the dungeon. So it is going to be worth exploring. A fighting type Pokemon is the one thing I don't really want to leave Wigglytuff in against, even if we are trying to train it. Tentacool is not a fighting type. So Wigglytuff comes back in. And there we go. A critical hit one-shots it and gives us about half a level. Oh, I could have sworn there was an item over there. But I suppose not, huh? Still not very comfortable leaving in Wigglytuff up against a Machop. Oh, Seismic Talk, though, is going to be a guaranteed 19 damage, which is actually fine, as it means another one isn't going to be a KO. Low kick, we aren't that heavy, and we get the KO on Machop. Perfect. Next up is Krabby. So, Mithra, the Wigglytuff, should be able to come in and get a clean KO on this. Krabby is an incredibly frail Pokemon. But even so, at only level 19, and with a relatively low attack stat, we are going to need to go for a 2-hit KO. But the Sailor is down now. So let us try again. Oh, I thought this was the restroom. It is not. It must be the one to the left of this. It's the one with a Growlithe. It is. Fortunately for us, we have Bubble Beam, but Wigglytuff appears to be a little bit slow. And a Bubble Beam is still not able to get a one-hit KO, despite being a relatively decent move. Another Growlithe should mean relatively easy experience here. Let's go ahead and bring in another Bubble Beam. Roar in Generation 1 does not appear to have its updated mechanics. So we get in and take it out without being switched out by the Roar. And now Mithra is level 21, catching up with the Poliwhirl. Though I believe our Pikachu is a little bit over-leveled due to all the grinding we needed to do to find a Jigglypuff. Oh, and this Nidoran has double kick, hitting in for 20 damage. Our Mega Punch is good enough to pick up a KO, though. we are gonna need to switch over to our level 26 Pikachu here. And we will see if Thunder Punch is good enough to clear this out. Not quite a one-hit KO, but definitely close enough. I know there is a heal somewhere on this top row, so we have to find it sooner rather than later. It must be this one. Nope. Am I hallucinating? Is this only in the remakes or something? I mean, I can go back to the center, I guess. But it just feels like a time sink, when I am pretty confident there is supposed to be somebody that heals you there. We're gonna go ahead and explore the rooms that actually contain items. The rest of the optional trainers will be overlooked. A potion. Mostly though, we are looking for a room. I feel like there should be a TM in some of these. I believe this one actually uses a Machop, but they might have changed it to be a more water-themed fight, as the Machops were already out on the deck. But maybe I just have a bad memory of it. A couple of bubbles are going to deal essentially no damage to our buffed Wigglytuff. Staryu making up for the lack of the Dex page we registered, by it not being in Missy's team. Mega Punch and Pound take it out for sure here. And there it is, TM for rest. Alright, no item up there, but we are gonna have to do capture, or to defeat this fisherman. Tentacool, high special defense, but not particularly bulky otherwise. Mega Punch might finally be able to get the KO, and with a critical hit, it is no contest. Notably, by training the Wigglytuff here, our Poliwhirl is probably going to fall a little bit behind on the levels. But when we enter the rock tunnel, that'll be no problem at all, as we will be encountering many Pokemon like Onix that we will be able to use to catch it up. Welcome me. So we are playing a ROM hack that has made a few balance changes, etc. But yeah, I am on a little bit of a Pokemon kick this week. I also recently finished the Sword and Shield DLC, though I didn't actually stream that part. Let's go ahead and bring in the Pikachu for a better chance of taking the hit. Obviously I uploaded a Pokemon video earlier this week, and I actually have another one in the works for next week. Or, I mean, for tomorrow, which is actually today, in 5 hours. Alright, and Body Slam TM. I knew there was a good TM somewhere on this boat. anything in the trash cans. In Generation 2, you are able to find the leftovers here. But a grape ball is acceptable too. That just leads out to the, what is it called? It's not the dock or the pier. The front of the boat, where you are able to mingle with the other players. Alright, a Goldeen. Oh, and it shows off the signature waterfall. Some players think waterfall is a Generation 2 move because it became an HM. But waterfall is actually the signature move of the Goldeen line. Just a bit of fun fact trivia there. We'll go ahead and try another Mega Punch as the first one failed to connect. But Acid gets a critical hit, so we might need to go ahead and switch out for our electric type to finish off this fight. Bubble, of course, is incredibly weak. Even with a critical hit, it only deals 5 damage to us. So Tentacool goes away. Finally, another Goldeen. But if the first one was not able to deal anything to our Wigglytuff, we know Pikachu is going to have no problem dealing with it. Fortunately for us, we don't have to run all the way back to the Pokemon Center again. As I do now remember, I have a few potions. However, you can see our Wigglytuff has a ton of hit points. So potions are an expensive way to heal it. Whereas other Pokemon tend to have a little bit more balanced defenses. This is a Pokemon that is all in on hit points and has quite low defense to balance it out. I don't want to be getting hit by a double damage attack, so we swapped out. But then it started using Sonic Boom after Screech anyway, so the defense drops wouldn't have even mattered. Another Sonic Boom, and again, Screech did nothing. Headbutt knocks out this Voltorb. Magnemite is not yet a Steel-type Pokemon, so we will go ahead and bring in Mithra to start Mega Punching once again. And then Pound to finish the job. Rest is a little bit of an interesting move. We do like being able to heal our HP, and we aren't really planning on using Defense Curl at any point anyway. So we'll go ahead and forget it for Rest. And then we grab a Max Ether as our reward. Not that impressive, honestly. I think the rival fight is past this zone. And with 2 of my Pokemon pretty severely weakened, we are going to be running to heal one more time. Our rival so far has been leading with Spearow every time. So let's go ahead and bring in our one and only Pikachu. Also, I am pretty interested in seeing when it's going to get Thunderbolt. Looks like level 30. Okay. So we go down here, then we don't get blocked by the NPC. The biggest change in the ROM hack. That is a good question. I know one thing that was really interesting that they did is the badge boost glitch actually has its effects doubled on Pikachu to try to keep it a little bit more viable. So using something like Double Team provides boost to your attack, speed, defense, and special as well, depending on how far into the game you are. Also, they have apparently brought in Eradicate. I know they also changed the rivals team up, and they've done some rebalancing on things like Missy's team, giving it a little bit more variety. But the biggest thing is definitely going to be Pokemon availability and buffs. Like, I wouldn't be using Wigglytuff in a normal playthrough because it is just so weak. But with a sizable boost over to its special stat, I mean, it might actually be able to compete. Let me see if I can find the buff they gave to it real quick. Wigglytuff has gained 35 special points, making it much more viable to use those off-type TMs. And Pikachu, of course, also gains a little bit of extra attack and health to help it out. Alright, Sandshrew is coming in, and we have the Bubble Beam. Sandshrew is down. Eevee is the final boss here. But again, Mega Punch is back to do some work. It probably isn't going to be a one-hit KO. And I'm actually not sure we are going to be able to beat up the Eevee. Yep, Double Kick gets a crit, super effective hit to knock it out. But we do still have two pretty healthy Pokemon remaining. So we'll try to give our Poliwhirl a little bit of extra experience by taking out the Eevee. Quick Attack is not that strong, but it survives with 1 HP. But fortunately, the Bubble Beam stat drops. Oh, also, this Poliwhirl evolved at level 18 instead of its usual level, which makes it much more usable. And it's also available with the Old Rod, which was found in Viridian City. So that is another pretty big change. Being able to use Poliwhirl essentially immediately. Alright, and now we get the Cut HM, which is exactly why we decided to give Farfetch'd a team slot, as it's going to be able to use Cut for us. And get us in to the gym. We'll go ahead and delete the Sand Attack, as it isn't all that important. Notably, due to the way that the badge boost works, and the way sweeping teams works in general, you would much rather have a Double Team than a Sand Attack. I believe Wigglytuff did faint in that last battle. It's a bit of a shame none of our team members are actually able to learn Dig, as it would be very helpful to use against Lieutenant Surge. But I'm not really feeling a desire to use Diglett just for the one battle. However, I am going to go through Diglett Cave with Poliwhirl. This will help catch up the experience points just a little bit. And it'll also let me go get, I believe it is the Flash HM, which is going to be very useful in the upcoming Dark Cave segment. Another Diglett and another one-hit KO. I think Generation 3 did a lot of good for the series. To this day, it is still my favorite, well, okay. I was going to say map design. I think as a region, Hoenn has the most interesting layout. Things like the optional desert route, and just the way it rewards exploration is unmatched. In terms of actual aesthetics, I think Johto is the best. But they really knocked it out of the park in, like, that Metroid feeling. So, Clefairy for Mr. Mime, I don't have one of those. Maybe I should have used Mr. Mime in the playthrough. Also, I need to go catch some random Pokemon to actually get the Flash HM. So I will go ahead and use Cut here and just catch the first Pidgeot Rattata that I see. And apparently I actually encountered Vulpix out of nowhere. Am I even going to be able to capture it though? All of my Pokemon are too high of a level to properly debuff this thing. We're gonna just knock it out in one hit. But Vulpix goes in on the first try. And apparently the cut tree immediately reappeared. Oh, and we actually get another Moonstone, which is very funny. I went out of my way to grab one while we were still in the Mount Moon section. Alright, Flash has been obtained. I wonder if that Vulpix is actually able to use Flash. I feel like it probably should. And that's going to save a move slot on us for later. We are heading into an electric gym. So I really do want to get our Mythra up a little bit more as we travel back through Diglett Cave. I think it's the best use of these experience points. Bubble Beam ought to be able to take these out, even without the stab boost that Poliwhirl is providing. Alright, and we are safely out of the cave. Our Pokemon are presumably still going to be quite near max health. So I'm just going to immediately jump in to the battle. Or the gym, I should say. Looks like there is still the trash can puzzle. No getting past that. Voltorb makes sense. I think I just accidentally used Bubble Beam though. I was trying to move Mega Punch to the top. And there we go. Sonic Boom is going to be a flat 20 damage, which is not that effective against Wigglytuff with its massive HP pool. And then we knock it out with a Mega Punch. Magnemite comes in, but that is no problem. Remember, Steel typing does not exist. So it is going to fall to a single Mega Punch as well. And Gentleman goes down. Voltorb using Screech to have my already pretty low defense. But as long as we get one-hit KOs, it shouldn't matter too much. However, that other Voltorb coming in is also going to be faster than me. And a Thunder Shock is going to be a special move, so it deals basically no damage. Voltorb with Sonic Boom and Thunder Shock has very little to actually take advantage of the Screech that it just used. I believe they get Tackle relatively early on as well, but it might not even be on the moveset at this point in the game. Level 21 is usually enough to have five moves learned. Alright, and rounding it out is a Sailor with a Magnemite. I suppose if you are a sailor constantly going out onto the seas, you would actually want an electric type instead of just waters. Pound will finish this off. I will take a quick look. I'll control F on Mimic. But I don't see anything that says it has changed. Which, I mean, is probably fine. I think having strong moves is totally acceptable for a single player game. I kind of want to go heal, but I'm just going to use the potions to save time. One of them is hopefully enough. Alright, we unlock the switch. Is that enough, though? No, but it was in the corner, and we already checked the one on the left, so this should be it. And there we go. Here comes Lieutenant Surge. Why is there a trash can up here? Alright, and Lieutenant Surge is using only a single Raichu. Let's see if we are able to take it down. Thunderbolt is an incredibly powerful TM, but our Wigglytuff is pretty strong too. Using Surf is a fantastic choice to put on this gym leader. But with 2 quick Mega Punches, we have taken them down. And we got our own copy of Thunderbolt. We'll use it at a later date if we ever need to do something like replace an HM. But we might actually save it until we catch our other Pokemon that is going to be able to use the move. Oh, I forgot I completely skipped this trainer before, so now we are going to have to go back and fight him. Also, as we are heading towards Rock Tunnel, we probably want to switch out this Wigglytuff lead for our Poliwhirl lead. Scyther is an awesome choice to show off an actually competent bug catcher here. It's a super fast Pokemon, so it'll crit pretty often. And I believe they actually changed Cut to be a bug type move, specifically so Scyther can use it more effectively. After a tough battle that I'm pretty sure dealt more damage than the gym leader, we managed to take out this random trainer. Oh, and let's not forget, we need to use Flash. Unfortunately, neither of those Pokemon are able to use it. I could give it to our Wigglytuff and then delete it immediately afterwards. When it gets another move, it is able to use. But it feels like a waste. We're gonna go check the box and see if anything we have in there is able to just grab the move for us. I mean, Charmander is a fire type, but so is Vulpix. Those are the types of Pokemon I expect should be able to learn Flash. Magikarp and Spearow definitely cannot, though. So we're gonna have to give it to something currently in my party. Charmander cannot learn it either. So yeah, I think Wigglytuff is the best choice. And I will remove Pound, since it is just a weaker Mega Punch, though obviously the inaccuracy issue could cause problems later on. Alright, and then I'm pretty sure if we jump down both levels, there should be an item guarded by a hiker in the original game. And they are bringing in an Oddish immediately. I could try to switch in Farfetch, but it doesn't know Drill Pack or even regular Pack. It only knows Double Slap as an attacking move. So our best option is probably going to be the Wigglytuff that we are already over leveling. Let's go ahead and see if we can't Mega Punch KO. And down it goes. It is a one-hit wonder, as the announcer in Stadium might say. Mega Punch also takes out the Bellsprout, and once they stop throwing grass types at us, we will switch to something else. Unfortunately, we whiff on a Mega Punch, but the second one connects, and Tangela is actually pretty bulky here. So we're gonna need a fourth Mega Punch, or a fifth one, I suppose. Alright, Pidgeotto, perfect for our Pikachu. Thunder Punch is pretty powerful. Alright, and there is the item I was thinking of. It's apparently a teleport TM. And we were able to grab it without having to fight the other trainer. Alright, a Bug Catcher. We should be okay with Poliwhirl here. Until it evolves into Poliwrath, it does not gain the secondary fighting typing. So confusion from the Butterfree is not a huge problem. Unfortunately, status conditions very well could be. Especially with a supersonic para fusion strategy. Let's go ahead and bring in our good old Pikachu. No full heals, as far as I know, in our item bag. So we're just gonna keep in the Pikachu and try to muscle our way through until we can get up and around and back into the Pokemon Center. If the Pikachu faints, it's not that big of a deal. We'll just heal it up once we get the opportunity. Thunder Punch, super effective against Scyther, is going to be a one-shot. Oh, and I guess this doesn't loop around the way I was expecting. But there is also a Pokemon Center the other direction. So it is faster to go through this way. And now we're good to go. Managed to dodge a ton of trainers there, actually. Pokemon. Mythra, going to use Flash. And unfortunately, I don't know this one very well. So we're probably going to be encountering a lot of wild Pokemon here. I could have bought some Repels. But, I mean, I probably need the experience points anyway. I'm expecting the game to kind of ramp up. Oh, and I went one step too far. You know what? We can probably save PP on our stronger move against a 4 times weak Pokemon and knock it out with the Water Beam. Especially given the 8 level difference. Oh, and we encounter a wild Zubat. And this is where we're going to want to use our more powerful moves. Hopefully we are able to get the one-shot. And we do. And we actually dodged the trainer battle. Great start. Another Zubat, but this one is much higher level. Pretty sure Golbat evolves in the mid-20s. So this Zubat would be a pretty solid pickup for anyone who skipped it in Mount Moon. Save all those experience points and grinding for later. Definitely feel like it is somewhere this way. Though it might be up at this intersection. Yeah, the Bug Catcher, that Butterfree, quite powerful. Alright, and I was right, it is actually up there. Oh, our first Machop wild encounter. That, as many ROM hacks do these days, the Machop actually evolves by level. So you don't have to trade anything if you aren't able to. Which I don't think most people would be able to do. Oh, a gloom is not a type we really have a good answer to. Now that I'm thinking it through. My planned team doesn't have a single fire type on it. But I might be able to use some ice type and fire type moves on a certain Pokemon once we get the opportunity. Leech Seed and Poison would be pretty threatening, but we are going to be able to knock out this Gloom. So hopefully our streak continues and our Mega Punch deals solid damage to the Ivysaur. Leaves it just barely alive. So we're going to need to land another. Alright, back to the Machops. That means back to Bubble Beaming everything we come across. Low Kick shouldn't do all that much damage. Poliwhirl is relatively light. Though, of course, Machop does get that same type attack bonus. I think we can go around him. Oh, but there's a second one. Oh, but we actually get around him as well. We'll go down to try to dodge the Hiker. But there might be another one lying in ambush. Karate Chop is a great pickup. Funny type coverage should be useful somewhere. Probably. I don't think we have ever clicked on Mist, and I don't plan on doing it either. We are able to get low enough to dodge this optional trainer as well. Another Relief sends Geodude to the ground. And another Wild Cubone. Obviously, these are traditionally found over in the tower. That we are coming up on. But a nice early encounter is neat. I'm pretty sure these were actually also in this area during the Let's Go games. And I'm pretty sure in this hack specifically, it was actually also even available in Mount Moon. Speaking of the Let's Go games, you could find Rhyhorns in here. So I wonder if we will come across any of those in the wild. Being a Safari Zone exclusive can make it pretty difficult to get your hands on otherwise. Rhyhorn is one of the Pokemon I was considering for use in the playthrough. But I decided against it because Safari Zone is just such a slog. I'm actually already I completely forgot how mandatory it is to go get Surf, etc. from there. And I am not looking forward to that portion of the playthrough. We are actually starting to run a little bit low on our Bubble Beams. Partially because we aren't one-shotting as much as we would like. I want to go this way just because I'm pretty sure this is the correct direction. Hopefully, if it is a Hiker, we are not going to see Machops. We are going to see Pokemon we are able to take out with Water Gun. And an easy one-hit KO. And it even loads up the Poliwhirl for us. Another Geodude, another free KO. It's even the exact same level. Graveler, though, is going to deserve a Bubble Beam for having those extra stat points. I feel like Water Gun probably still could have KO'd, but I didn't want to risk it, and I get hit by an self-destruct or whatever. Alright, and this is the final section of the cave, to the best of my knowledge. Bubble Beam definitely takes out the Zubats here. Geodude meets Water Gun, and we progress with no issues. Though I don't remember which way to go. I guess it's this way. Meowth is not a Pokemon you find in this cave, but it is a Pokemon weak to our Karate Chop. And it even grabs that critical hit. Notably, I think Karate Chop is actually a normal type attack in the original game. And this is one of the changes they made. Wartortle means we are going to switch over towards Pikachu. And we actually saw a Ivysaur trainer earlier in the cave. I wonder if there's a Charmeleon user as well. Let's go ahead and headbutt the Wartortle. And finally, a Fearow. Another Pokemon weak to our Thunder Punch. And we even managed to outspeed. Notably, the third gym badge does give us a bit of a speed boost. So tell me this is the exit. I was correct. There's something in here. Another Max Ether. Dodge the trainers. And unfortunately, Mithra faints right before we make it into the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, however, this is not a Nuzlocke. I'm going to go ahead and bench the Vulpix and Charmander. So that way when we come across the other Pokemon I'm adding onto my team, we don't need to worry about it. And we'll just have them show up. So, I mean, there might be a gift Pokemon in between then. So we might be visiting the box again anyway. We'll find out later. Okay. So, next. I don't think we need to do Lavender Town yet. I'm thinking we continue to Saffron to trigger the scenario. I'm not entirely sure if I'm remembering this correctly, but I guess we'll find out if we have to backtrack afterwards. Oh, we need the Silph Scope. For sure. Okay. So we'll go ahead and save that rival fight as well for later. Clefairy is a fairy type, which resists fighting, but not in Generation 1. Critical hit, super effective, but still not a one-hit KO. Clefairy, a little bit bulkier than we might expect. And here comes a Clefable. We will see if we are able to get it out in a two-shot. We're going to need another crit, but with a minimize. Things start looking a little bit rough. Unfortunately, none of our Pokemon know Stomp to get those 100% accurate moves that also deal extra damage. Alright, and Clefable actually just barely survives. I know Water Gun is perfect accuracy, so we're gonna go ahead and plop that one on. We can dodge a ton of trainers if we cut and then go through here. And then I believe the entrance is along this way. It isn't Saffron City next. It is Celadon City. This is a trade offer. No. So we are in Celadon now. We can go up to grab the Eevee, but instead we're gonna go to the department store and climb up to the top, where I believe we buy the water for the guard. And then I think we actually did some pretty powerful TMs. if we give them each of these drinks. So we're gonna buy another copy of it, and I was correct, Ice Beam is incredibly powerful. So then we're going to need one more fresh water, and then one of the other two as well. We will give her the soda pop. And we get rock slide. But I see the fresh water is still here. Okay. But it is just one each. Oh, try attack. Actually a pretty strong move. And then I don't remember if it actually is fresh water or lemonade that we need to give the guard. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the lemonade as well. And this is probably an area where they probably would have changed a lot of the TMs on offer. Swift is an interesting choice, but nothing super but not one that I'm going to pick over Body Slam. The vitamins are way too expensive for me. So let's go down another floor. Pokédoll, we are definitely going to grab this to skip the Marowak fight. And then while we do have an option to grab a Water Stone to evolve Poliwhirl, we are not going to do this because we are actually going to be trading it for Jinx later on. Pokeballs, Great Balls. I don't think we actually need any more balls here. A couple of revives could be good, but we're gonna save our money for now. Oh, Mega Punch, Mega Kick, Takedown, Egg Bomb. I think they did buff significantly, but nothing major. Are we healed? No. Let's go find the Pokemon Center. And we are in Celadon City, which I believe has the game corner. How do I get the coin case, though? Is it in the underground tunnel? Or do we just get it from somebody? Okay, somebody's saying it's down in here. Okay, somebody gives up on gambling, right? Yeah. Okay. Perfect, we have a coin case from the restaurant. I'm pretty sure in Gen 2, it's actually pretty similar. But I'm thinking of Olivine City, but surely the game corner is much before that. Oh, so it must be in that section of Goldenrod. Okay. We get a few extra free coins here. Very nice of them to give children. The ability to gamble. We need more child gambling rings in this country. And now we need to get a ton of coins here. I'd rather not actually do gambling. If not required, But we are going to be trying to grab Porygon, which does require a ton of coins. This is very slow. How many do we need? Electabuzz, Porygon is 4,500. 500 coins, 11,000. So it's 10,000 normally. That means we're only going to be able to get around 1,000 coins. We aren't anywhere close. So the Porygon might just be considered unavailable. I can go get extra money by selling a bunch of stuff at the mart, but that early feint and needing to buy all those extra Pokeballs is coming back to bite us. Says we should be back now. Not really sure. Says we should be back now. Not really sure why that happened. My plan was to train up the Porygon at the Rocket Game Corner. And I mean, I have also been what was I saying? Oh, I've been skipping a ton of trainers. So maybe if we do the fighting dojo, we can get a little bit more money. But if I actually lose the fight, we'd be in a really, really bad spot. And I know they are up in the 30s. Hopefully we are going to be able to take them out. As I don't want to lose half of my money at this point. Okay, fortunately, Poliwhirl survives the first hit, and the first Machop is down. Mankey is up next. And I think we can keep up the same strategy of spamming Bubble Beam. A critical hit brings it pretty low. And as long as Fury Swipes doesn't knock us out, Poliwhirl should be able to weaken whatever the third Pokemon is as well. Wigglytuff having a weakness here is a bit of an issue. But we can make it up. As long as we can get a hit on the Primate. But they are faster and go for a low kick. And we flinch. Things are now looking kind of rough. We have this max potion. So let's use it. Okay. I want to pray focus energy here. And it is obviously going to crit with something like Karate Chop. And we miss the speed drop twice, leaving us in a bind. We need to Thunder Wave this right away. And we actually managed to tank one, meaning we can get in for a Thunder Punch. And then, presumably, Wigglytuff finishes this out. It's paralyzed. It should be super slow. Bubble Beam. We can't risk Mega Punch missing, but we get the KO. And that was very dangerous. We are going to head right back to Celadon. I think we are going to go ahead and head to the game corner and exchange the money we do have. So we're at least part of the way towards the coins. Like they said, we are going to lose out on 1,000. But not needing to do it 10 times is much, much faster. We're now at a pretty decent amount of coins, but still not enough. I'll go ahead and trade the remaining money we have to get up to 1,600. And then I suppose we will go beat up the Rockets for their money instead of using it to actually train the Porygon that we get. Raticate is going to be weak to Karate Chop, but we miss. Did not know Karate Chop was not 100% accurate. We miss twice in a row. Very suspicious. Golbat is up next, and that means Pikachu is the Pokemon for the job. Gust is going to do essentially no damage, and a second Thunder Punch will take it out no problem. Oh, right, I have to press the button. And I have to remember where to go in here. And we go down another floor. And there's like a tile puzzle. And Drowsy is down. Machop coming in next, but similarly shouldn't be posing too many problems. I do feel comfortable switching back over to Bubble Beam though. Drowsy just has a pretty decent special stat, I think. Another Bubble Beam takes out Machop. Also, what level is the Porygon? Alright, it comes in at level 30. Which makes sense because of how much more expensive it is. It looks like the Dratini is level 25, and the Electabuzz is 1,500. And only comes in at level 22. So they are expecting me to spend a little bit more time for having the resources I need for the Porygon. We are only a third of the way there. We might have to just give up on it. Kind of entirely. I feel like I remember this being a good item. Nugget is extra money. And that is exactly what we are looking for right now. Another Moonstone. Not a huge deal. Horn Drill, not going to do much for us either. Then we come down here. both of these lead to the dead end. So I think we need to go up this way again. And after getting the item, we take a different route. Has to be this way. So I guess I was incorrect. Oh, it's because there is this path down. But I believe there is another item somewhere over here, so we're gonna go this way first. And grab a super potion. Not bad. But I went the wrong way. So now we are back to here. We go this way one more time. Down. And then this one takes us here. Which lets us go back up and get towards the key. Another drowsy. And this one actually might cause some problems for me. Poliwhirl is already at half health, and falling asleep is pretty troublesome since it doesn't go away at the end of the battle. Confusion coming in for a ton of damage. We are actually gonna go ahead and switch in for the Wigglytuff, who has a relatively high special stat compared to my other team members. Alright, Poliwhirl leveling up, and so is Wigglytuff. Sandshrew is a Pokemon I feel a little bit comfortable bringing in a Poliwhirl 4. There's always a chance it faints, but even if it does, this should deal pretty significant damage. And there goes one hit KO. Raticate to finish it off, and while I would like to just use Karate Chop, we had a lot of issues with the last time, and I know Raticate is also pretty fast. So I want to Thunder Punch and see if I can just win with the Pikachu. And we do, no problem. Alright, that is a Hyper Potion, but I think we're just going to sell it. And also, apparently this is not the right path either. Grimer coming in, but Poliwhirl is much too weak. I don't have any Psychic types, so physical moves are the right option, which means Wigglytuff instead of Pikachu, but not when they Acid Armor to double their defense. Let's see how Bubble does. About half of their health. Perfect. Also, I feel like there is a visual glitch going on. Alright, enjoy your rest, and see you next time. Coughing should hopefully be no problem for a couple of bubble beams, just like when fighting the Grimer. And now we get Body Slam and can replace Flash. And Body Slam is going to be a lot more reliable than the Mega Punch. Alongside that chance to paralyze, we'll probably be clicking it significantly more often. But against a Cubone, we are going to Bubble Beam for that super effective damage. Also, notably, my team is all within one level of each other now, which is nice. This is the elevator, but are we able to take it? It needs the key. That is what I thought. Is there another level? Oh, you know what? There is another level. I have to go this way. Up above the rocket, there should be another staircase that I completely forgot about. Alright, Pikachu with Thunder Punch is going to be cleaning up this Golbat. But surprisingly not a one-hit KO. Let's use Headbutt for sure. Then a Coughing comes in. I am fine with that. it goes down in 2 hits. Primer presumably shouldn't be that much stronger, if at all. And we actually get the paralysis off. After a poison gas, unfortunately poisoning our Pikachu, I think we are going to head out to the Pokemon Center after this battle. Ending off with a Raticate. Thunder Punch, we know, does a little bit over half from the last one we fought. Unfortunately, no paralysis. And they are actually going for a dig. I'm going to bring in Farfetch'd to negate it entirely. But we're going to go with Wigglytuff instead. And then go for our very first Body Slam. But we are too slow. Dig comes in for about 11 damage. And Pikachu is going to grab Thunderbolt thanks to the level up. Goodbye, Thunder Punch. Pokemon Center is above us. Okay. Now, I did see an... Wait. I thought I saw an amulet coin somewhere in here. But there shouldn't be any held items in the ROM hack. So I'm gonna go double check all of this. Maybe I was just thinking about the Payday TM. Okay, I guess I was hallucinating. So we'll go ahead and exit the shop. We are healed on up, so we are ready to go. Back into the game corner to fight those rockets. I see an item this way. Rare candy is interesting. Oh, and I accidentally went a little bit too far. But we also need to get all of those, guys, anyway. We need all the money we can find. So maybe we will go back and fight the rest of the root trainers, after this anyway. And fighting the rocket runs is not the end of the world. A Karate Chop barely fails to KO, and Hyper Fang not as threatening as I thought it would be. Water Gun can go ahead and finish off this Raticate. Poliwhirl is relatively fast, and it seems that the extra level or 2 has allowed it to outspeed. Switching over to Drowsy, we're gonna bring in our Pikachu. Unfortunately, no bug types in this run. But our new Thunderbolt is able to do a ton of damage. Let's see if Headbutt is better. It might be, it might not. We got a critical hit, so we won't know for sure. And this has to be the one that drops the skill scope. Or not the skill scope, the lift key. Coughing coming in, and that is a defensive, regular defense Pokemon. Bubble Beam should do pretty good damage. We get a speed drop, and Acid is only going to deal 50% 15 or so damage. Unfortunately, we whiff on the 2-hit KO and Smog goes in. Water Gun to finish the job. And their second Pokemon, is it going to be another Coughing? Maybe a Grimer. Oh, we actually get Ice Punch at level 30. Having an Ice type move is great, especially since we are about to fight Erica. We're going to go ahead and delete Water Gun. And now we have Fighting, Water, and Ice coverage on this Pokemon, which seems pretty good. And it is immediately paying off as a Golbat comes in to get hit by the Ice Punch for super effective critical hit damage. And another crit in a row, though it was definitely not necessary. Alright, we grab the Lift Key, a Flamethrower TM, out of nowhere, and an HP up. Overall, pretty solid looking haul. Let's move on to the next battle. I think Poliwhirl is probably going to go down here, but maybe we'll be able to weaken the Machoke or land a crit. We can always go heal afterwards. Now that we have the elevator key, we are in a pretty good spot to finish this up on the next run. A few more grunts, and then the boss battles. Arbok, as far as I know, is a relatively weak Pokemon. Maybe they buffed it a little bit, but Thunderbolt is going to deal over half. So we are in a good spot. Glare, another move that is going to paralyze. So it is definitely time to go healing. But not before we grab a double-edged TM. Not sure I really want that though. Recoil moves obviously struggle a little bit with the nature of the game. It is, of course, very powerful. But it just isn't worth it the vast majority of the time. Yep, we don't even have another 500 coins yet. You know, Giovanni is a ground specialist, so before we clear out the boss, let us exit and do the route of trainers that we skipped. Unfortunately, a bit of a grindy section of the game. No, you know what, Porygon, we are just going to move on without. And we'll pick it up later once we have significantly more coins. And here we go. We get to the elevator. First floor, though, I don't think is the one we wanted. But we can go ahead and open with the key. If we have it. Or do we need to beat the boss before we're able to do that? Only one way to find out. Let's go ahead and Bull Beam this Grimer. Seems like most of our moves are 2-hit KOs during this most recent segment of the game. But fortunately, they don't deal all too much damage to us either. Arbok, a little bit more threatening. We're gonna bring in our Wigglytuff and see what a Body Slam can do. Oh, setting up Substitute. We're definitely gonna break that. And we get the KO. Oh, beating him is what opens it. Perfect. Down to base floor 4. And here comes Jesse James fight number 2. Coughing, Meowth, and Ekans presumably are going to be the team. Nothing but Bubble Beam really makes sense here. Tackle, a pretty weak move. And a critical hit means Coughing goes down on the second hit. Nice. Here comes the Meowth. But now our Poliwhirl is equipped with Karate Chop. Much, much less threatening than the Mount Moon appearance. In fact, their Pokemon haven't even evolved yet. Oh, but apparently I was wrong. The Arbok has indeed evolved, but not the Coughing. Wigglytuff coming in with a couple of Body Slams. Same strategy as the first Arbok. Appears to be going for Substitute. But all that does is lower its own attack, or own health, by 25%, as we immediately break through it. Paralysis is a little bit annoying, as we head into a boss fight. But it is what it is. I'll go ahead and save my game here. Did it actually go? Okay, it did. And if we lose the fight, I'm not going to be taking that huge loss of money again. I will just reset. Starting off with an Onix means Bubble Beam is a free turn 1 KO. And Poliwhirl is going to get a decent amount of experience from that as well. Next up is a Kangaskhan, but we have the Karate Chop for it. I'm guessing with its base stat total, this is not going to be a 1-hit KO, but it does surprise me that this doesn't even seem to be a 2-hit KO. Kangaskhan, incredibly bulky. 2 super effective critical hits, not enough. But fortunately, we are able to outspeed it. And that means Poliwhirl is getting in. Marowak is another Pokemon. That would be weak to Poliwhirl, but with only 11 hit points remaining. I'll try using Bubble Beam with this instead. Unfortunately, we get hit by a full paralysis. But it is a 2-hit KO. Headbutt. I don't know if it has the flinch effect in this game or not. But Bubble Beam gets on through. And they lead finally with Persian. Or sorry, not lead, but finish things off. We're gonna go for our Thunderbolts. Bubble Beam getting in for some damage, but not that much. Obviously, a Slash is the only move we're really that concerned about. Thunderbolt, and I wish we had Quick Attack here. Another Bubble Beam shouldn't KO, but they land the critical hit. Our Poliwhirl is our fastest Pokemon for sure. If anything is able to get it, it'll be him. But Poliwhirl dies to a takedown. And due to the way the mechanic works, Persian does not suffer from any recoil, unless the Pokemon doesn't faint. However, our giant wall of HP, that is Wigglytuff, is able to do it. And 1 Silscope is added to our bag. Let us get out of here. Healing up our Pokemon. And then we'll do a little bit of selling at the shop to see what our money total has come to. Sell. I don't think the potions are going to be worth much, but we will empty out anything worth money here that we don't plan on using. Thunder Wave is already on Pikachu. And that's another 50 coins in the bag. Seismic Toss, a reasonable move. But is it one that they changed? I wonder. Okay. Time to see if they changed it. Oh, it looks like Double Slap became fully accurate. Interesting. Skull Bash and not seeing anything else too crazy. I'm looking for Seismic Toss though. Alright, and no change to that. Okay. Seismic Toss, we are able to sell. I'm going to use attacking moves instead. And we don't need any more Pokeballs either. So we can go ahead and sell those. The Farfetch'd, taking up so many Pokeballs, actually is a pretty significant money sink here. The HP ups, I mean, they have such a minor effect, I'm not going to bother using them when I can sell them instead. Unfortunately, the Moonstones aren't worth anything, but Thunderbolt and Ice Beam and Rock Slide and Tri-Attack are all very good. So I'm hesitant to sell any of those. Escape Rope, we can indeed get rid of. And then let's do the Nugget next. We also aren't going to be doing any Horn Drill Cheese. Okay. And now we are able to get another 1,500 coins, which is progress. For sure. I don't remember exactly how many we have, so let's go over to the game corner and check it out. Wait, I think there's an item around here. Or maybe not. Wait, maybe it's in this. I suppose not. Okay. Game corner. We're at 1,600, so we need 3,000 coins. Wait, that's so many. 500. We're only getting halfway there. We need another like 30,000. That is so many. I thought we were doing quite well. Our Pokemon did level up a little bit here, so I could try the fighting gym again. But I mean, I think it makes sense to just go do Erica as the game intends. It'll give us a little bit of money and a little bit of extra experience points before we grab our next Pokemon. Okay, and this is a grass gym. I should probably not be leading with Poliwhirl, but access to Ice Punch is very appealing to me. Unfortunately, it's not that strong, apparently. Oh, but that does remind me. I have access to Saffron City. So after this battle, we are going to head over there for sure. Actually, let me check something. Medium slow. Medium fast. Apparently Jinx gains experience faster than Poliwhirl. And the trade also gives another bonus on top of that. So we are definitely going to be making the trade right away. Let's knock out this Beam Bell. Gain that extra level on Poliwhirl. And head on over. time to use a new Ice Psychic type. That'll also help a ton with... Wait, who did I even teach Cut to? Oh, right, the Farfetch'd. So, by trading, we not only get a bonus experience, we're also going to be able to use the Psychic TM and have Ice Beam as well. And the experience gain will be insane. I just need to find where the trade actually takes place, as I'm not really sure. All they said was that it was in this city, but it looks like Rocket might be blocking it off, which is unfortunate. Do I really have to clear out all of Rocket before doing the trade? I mean, I can check the Pokemon Center, I guess. And I can look up where they put the trade. Okay, so there is a Rocket blocking the house. So unfortunately, we are not going to be able to add Jinx to our team for this gym. But I need to get... So let me think about my team. I don't think anybody else is going to use Thunderbolt apart from Pikachu, who already learned it. So that means I am able to go ahead and give it to the Wigglytuff. But I might not want to do it right now. We are about to fight a Grass Gym, and Jinx is definitely going to be able to learn Ice Beam on its own. So, oh, but Flamethrower is something none of my other Pokemon will actually be able to learn at all. So we'll go ahead and give this to Mithra, and it should be able to do pretty well. Over the rest slot. It's only Gen 1, so there's no berries to heal our team. And there are also no sleep talks. So let's go ahead and grab our 4th gym badge. Unfortunately, even a move as strong as Flamethrower is not enough to one-hit KO these Pokemon. But maybe Tangela is just particularly bulky. We'll try again on Weepinbell. Alright, and with a critical hit, that would be good enough. Execute should be the weakest of this bunch. So it goes down. Perfect. And Wigglytuff even gets a nice little level up for us before the boss here. Do have to fight one more last, though. Maybe I should have actually saved one of the flamethrowers for the boss. But we are going to go heal because Mithra is already very low anyway. So let's just go full steam ahead, take out as much as we can. Acid lowers our defense, but not an issue. Gloom is down. And Mithra should be able to do a solid chunk to the Ivysaur before fainting and then letting us finish the job with anyone. But Ivysaur actually outspeeds Mithra and KOs with a critical hit, Razor Leaf. Let's bring in Poliwhirl, who should be faster and get in a ton of damage with the Ice Punch. Of course, I'm not expecting it to survive against the Ivysaur, but it will do a good job weakening it. And it actually does manage to somehow survive the first Razor Leaf, bringing out Ivysaur to low health. And this means our Pikachu can finish the job and gain a few experience points, leveling up to 31. Pikachu is apparently stuck on the cut tree. Or not. It actually worked out. Nice job, game designers. And it is time for Erica. I think this might be where we call it for the day, as this is the 4th gym leader and approximately halfway through the game. But there is a good case to go do the tower as well, because if it's tower directly into Silphco, that is a lot of time spent on Team Rocket consecutively. So maybe we finish the gym and then go clear out that. Alright, and the burn, unfortunately, isn't going to activate. Mega Drain for a little bit more damage. And then finish it off with a Body Slam. 1 Pokemon down. Echo brings in a Victory Bell. Level 34. Even though we've only been using a few Pokemon during our playthrough, we're only right on par with the levels of the gym here. And of course that is a symptom of us skipping so many of the optional trainers. We managed to somehow knock out that Victory Bell, but it looks like our Pokemon is pretty tuckered out. So let's bring in the Pikachu for Ivysaur. And then I'm gonna go for a double team here. Try to avoid some of these nastier hits. Then we can Headbutt. And we actually get a dodge on Acid, thanks to the double team. Unfortunately, Razor Leaf. Oh, actually somehow Razor Leaf didn't crit. But here comes a second one, as we just barely missed the KO. I'm gonna bring in the Farfetch'd and see if we can't get a nice little KO. But Acid is probably gonna be a one-hit, given it is double our level. No, we survive, and Fury Attack actually brings down Ivysaur. Farfetch'd pulling its weight in the fight. Vileplume, the ultimate boss, coming in next. And I didn't save. We are about to lose a ton of money. Unless we get a really clutch freeze. Oh, it's going for a Solar Beam. That is interesting. And we let the Farfetch'd go down. And this will let us get in with another Ice Punch. Acid is not going to one-hit KO. And we are faster. So somehow we managed to beat Erica with a Poliwhirl, who has a pretty bad matchup here. And we get a Mega Drain TM. Not sure we're able to do anything with that, though. As far as I know, none of my Pokemon are going to be able to learn the move. Even something like Wigglytuff, who learns a ton of TMs, isn't going to get access to Mega Drain. So now we go over to the Saffron City, and we take out the fighting gym like we initially planned to. And this is because I would like to add Hitmonchan as my 4th team member. It also comes in at level 30, so now is right around the correct time for us to go get it. Though, now that I think about it, we are coming up on Poison Gyms and Psychic Gyms, so I'm not really sure where it's going to be able to showcase its power. Even so, it gained a pretty cool buff to its special stat, allowing it to more effectively use those elemental punches. So I do want to give it a shot. Level 36. We're gonna go on a Thunder Wave here, as it means we're going to be able to actually outspeed it if the Primate somehow manages to take down our Pikachu. Karate Chop coming in, and obviously that's going to crit, but we actually hang on with 2 hit points. And that, of course, is going to be their only Pokemon, given what a high level it was. A Mankey going to be much less threatening than the Primeape from the previous battle. Thunderbolt goes in and nearly one-hit KOs it without a crit. Headbutt takes it out here for sure. And funnily enough, is a crit. Another Mankey coming in next. Is it the same level? It is. Maybe this Thunderbolt is a damage roll, and we'll be able to get lucky on the next one. And we do. Critical hit, knocking out Mankey number 2. But now here comes a Primeape. Fortunately, a lower level than the previous one, meaning we are able to outspeed it. And it gets hit by a full paralysis. Thunderbolt going in for half health. And another Thunderbolt to finish the job. Let's go ahead and save before the next fight. Hitmonlee, level 37. Okay, that is definitely higher than I thought. And I know it's fast. Rolling Kick is way too strong. And Kira is down. Fortunately, we did save before this battle. Our best move is Bubble Beam. But maybe our only real chance of winning is getting a freeze off of the Ice Punch. We whiff it, and now there's no shot Mithra is going to be able to clear here. We'll body slam if we get the chance, but rolling click does so much damage. We actually clear the Hitmonchan, but we aren't done yet. There is still a Hitmonchan in the back. Maybe we can get a paralysis. Oh, but Karate Chop immediately ends it. Fortunately, we did save. So, I think we are actually going to go ahead and call it a day here. And we will leave grabbing the Hitmonchan for another stream if we continue to play it. But actually, I don't think I'm done with the stream just yet. What we're going to do is transition over to another game after a bit of a break. I need to go to the bathroom, grab a snack, etc. So we're gonna break for maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And I will see you all for another game in a few. and we are back. Though it looks like the game is not showing up for some reason. It is marked as on. But I have had this problem before. Welcome, no name. We are supposed to be playing Pokemon here. But for some reason, VBA is not showing up, even though it was earlier. Is it this one? Alright, well, if it is not going to load, we did make it up to the fighting dojo. And that is something we will debug another time. Because I was actually also interested in playing some other games on this stream. So we are going to go for some One Step from Eden. Assuming you know that this one feels like loading. Let us find out. I will close this and go ahead and open another game capture. Are we able to capture this one? Maybe. I'm having a really hard time telling. Well, first I need to change it into windowed mode. And apparently turn off the other music. Okay. Options. Settings. Display. Windowed. Then bring it over here. And is it... Oh, and it's apparently taking up the whole screen. Okay. This needs to become much smaller. Though the resolution is a little bit odd. Okay. I'm thinking this one might be best. And now we can go back. Audio looks okay. We're gonna bring it down the music just a little bit. And then move this over to the side so the chat is not being overlaid. So I have, played a single round just to make sure I understood how the game worked. But as you can see, I don't have any of these other characters unlocked or anything. We're gonna go ahead and see if we are able to make it past 2 bosses. That's how far my first one got. Let me just remember how to play. Okay. This seems to be going pretty well. But I am forgetting that I'm able to just hold down this button for auto attack damage. Okay. Looks like we managed to get through without too many issues. Gain 40 shield. But I don't really want to crack all the tiles close to me. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal. And having a 0 armor... Oh wait, this also deals 8 damage, it says. Okay. If pull deals damage, we will take it. Anything that is free is good to me. Do we want to do the mini boss? It does give us access to a camp afterwards, so we'll go for it. Right, and don't forget to hold down this button for the extra damage. Unfortunately, we went and took a bunch of damage we did not need to. Oh, did the notification not go through again? Either way, thank you, Danger Man. I do appreciate it. I know I've definitely had issues with alerts a lot of the time. Okay, so I think Minefield is actually pretty strong. But wait, are there any really cheap ones? Not particularly. Extra mana is a priority if we can find a way to get it. And here we go. Extra mana regen. Seems pretty nice. Let's go into the next fight and see if we can't do a little bit better this time. I'll actually remember to use this. And then we'll fire off that, fire off this. Put on those minefields to harm the opponents. Go for a nice damaging move there. And finish them off. And I think that one was done with no damage. Fire shot, but it loses money. I need money, though. I mean, it does give us some if we're able to get a KO with it. Break and throw tiles above and below. Not worth it. Freeze to restore mana. That sounds rough, though. I'm gonna take way too much damage if I do that. And then everything else also sounds bad. So I'm gonna skip these rewards. And continue on to the mini-boss. We remember to hold these down this time. We'll throw our wave. Doesn't seem like that tough so far, which is nice. I accidentally pressed the wrong button, though. We'll deal our damage, set up the mines. Take a bunch because I'm too busy talking. But I think we should be able to finish this off relatively easily. We dodged this one, no problem. Oh, ouch. And there we go. Beating a mini boss gives us an extra artifact, which is why I went this way. And extra defense means we're going to be losing fewer things. But neither of these from the level up seem that interesting. I'm just going to go ahead and take the heal. Unfortunately. And then a shop. As we were able to get the heal, we are able to go to the shop instead. Open the deck. How do I do that? Oh, pressing I. Check the spells and artifacts. I didn't run into a shop during my first playthrough. I'll get a spell, but it costs more what? G removes a spell. Okay. So I can, if I don't have enough money for much of this. I can spend life for a little bit of money, but that doesn't seem great. So this one is, I gain a little bit of money now, but then I lose 5 each time I shuffle for the next 2 battles. This one gives me an upgrade, but it's gonna start randomly. Huh. I don't really like any of those. I'm just going to upgrade a spell. Oh, I can press tab to do the upgrade. Wait, I didn't mean to upgrade the minefield specifically. I mean, I guess I can double the damage, which is nice. But that is not the one I want to upgrade for sure. If I can clear 2 battles without shuffling 5 times, I come away with a bonus money. Interesting. But I think we are good here. If I could afford the mana regen, I'd probably go for it. But that's it for now. Oh, accidentally hurt the injured lady. But they managed to survive, so we get the heal. Even though we hit them. Which is nice. Okay, so we got a wide sword. And it says 0 mana. We do enjoy those 0 mana spells. Alright, let's see what our first boss is. Wait, how is I supposed to dodge that? I'm definitely missing way too much. And there we go. We hit him, but I'm at very low health. Only 66. Getting 400 is not going to be enough. And they hit me 3 times with that, whatever it's called. Oh wait, I should probably change the stream title on Twitch. But it is not letting me doing it from there. So now I need to go over to Twitch and edit from this area. For some reason, it doesn't show a ton of the games on my stream manager. Okay, anyway. Sludge bomb. I mean, firing 8 missiles. But it is so much mana. I'm gonna skip it again. Let's go onward. What is this? Distress signal. So if I do this one, I think it means I would get access to something like a healer potentially. Oh, that was a ton of damage. They only healed me for 100. Summon 2 shards that explode for damage. I'm just gonna go with the shield beam. Extra health sounds quite useful. Oh, but I have to clear a mini boss to get to that campsite. I think, oh, what is this? Oh, that's the wrong person. Apparently the fight is not over yet. And we get a little bit of health back. I will take that. Fire shot that applies 3 fragile. Seems okay. Oh, and this is 1 mana for quite a ton of damage. Let's go with this one. And we even level up. And we're gonna gain more mana regen. But with only 300. Alright, we managed to clear the mini boss with 20 health left. I really need a heal right now. And fortunately, there is a camp. How much does it actually heal me for, though? Not a lot. What does killing the bunny do? Did that just make the game harder? Alright, but we managed to get through that one. And it was flawless somehow. None of these seem very interesting. So we will continue on to the second boss. Our goal is to just clear out the second boss here. If we're able to do that, I'm going to consider this a success. But we died. And I think it was the same boss that we fought the first time. Oh wait, I'm alive. I forgot about my extra heal. And that time I am actually going to be dead. But I think, as a roguelike, I gain some experience points, and I actually get to level up for some unlocks. Oh, but these are not actual, like, bonus stats, it seems. It is presumably going to be things I can find in the dungeon, rather than my starting spells. So that doesn't actually, like, help me get any further. We will give it another shot. I want to be able to beat 2 bosses. Okay, let me think this through. I off to a decent start. Our first opponent goes down, and we don't take any damage. I do like Minefield for battling the bosses, as they do like to move around, and they would take a ton of damage from it. Hazard symbol. I don't know what that means. So we're gonna go the normal direction. And then I think this should be an easy clear as well. Let's see. Cold Stone deals a ton of damage. I kind of like that. Ramjet is also a homing missile, and homing attacks seem quite good. But I think Cold Stone is going to be better. I'll go with the Thornmail, because I do get hit quite a bit more than I would like. I did take a little bit of damage, but the healer is going to bring me back up to full. Perfect. Fire 2 kunai, and then gain a 50 shield. I'll go for that one. Move on to the distress. Well, no, I just want to do a normal battle, I think. Unfortunately, I got hit there. But our 200 damage spell coming in clutch and ending it real quickly. Shotgun is a wide shot that pushes them back. I mean, wide shots are good for us because we are bad at the game. So anything that hits the more squares, the better. Treasure sounds better than the shop because we are essentially broke. So let's go there, and fire at this thing. And we find Sinkhole. I mean, no reason not to grab it. It follows our movement. What does that mean? Oh, interesting. I'll go with the ice spikes for sure here. Alright, time for another battle, and if we're able to do this one, okay. We will be in a pretty good spot, actually. Alright, and the first opponent is done. We just need to take out this scorpion without hurting the healer. And we do it. Flawless battle. We are back at full HP. Summon a shield generator that gives 10 shield every second. Sounds very useful. Why is it saying 80 damage though? That must just be like it's health points. Does 10 bonus damage every time I deal 40 or more. That does sound nice. Since I'm pretty sure most of my spells would do over 40. But regen is that consistency that I'd really like. I did lose half of my health there, but that is okay. I will go this way, I guess. And the 400 bonus health is quite nice. And I'm pretty sure they show up at some point in the future to provide assistance, if I understand correctly. We had a couple of hits there that we definitely did not need to. But I would say this run is already going a little bit better. Shot heals a target for 100. But then it fires another hit that does more damage. 2 mana for just 20 damage. No, I don't think I can take any of these. Let us continue on. We want to find shops and campfires, etc. But we also probably want to avoid the mini-bosses. Oh, unfortunately, I was not able to save them. Because I did not have enough burst damage in the dash. But we still won, and we still did it with no damage taken ourselves. I don't like any of these. I mean, gaining mana is nice, but staying in place is a death sentence. Alright, first one is down. Now we just need to get rid of this. And this one should be quite simple. There we go. No damage taken. Another flawless victory. 40 to anyone on the bottom is decent enough. We'll go ahead and grab that. And move on to the next fight. Alright, first thing is down. Now let's do this one next. Alright, I'm at a clean 1,000 health. Rooting enemies for 3 seconds, but it's in a circle. Equal to my shield, but I lose all of my shield unless I'm able to catch it. Seems a little bit too difficult for me. The Wreath might be able to do some work, though. Only 1 mana. And making the opponent stop moving seems really useful. So we're going to go with this one. We even managed to get to level 4. And we will go with the Chalice here. We are casting spells as frequently as we can. So I think that is a good plan. Again, we could go to the shop, but there is also a free treasure here. Assuming we are able to get it. It looks like there is some kind of timer on it. And we missed. Unfortunately, not enough damage to break that, huh? I will skip the rewards, but I mean, it is still a free movement towards the second boss. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Okay. I will take the health. 50 shield for 0 mana. Might be worth the jam. Or maybe the ramjet is actually better. We do like those homing missiles. Anything that means I don't have to aim is very good. need to be able to focus on dodging. And that means using the homing missiles. We actually managed to clear 2 bosses, which was my initial goal here. Everything else is a bonus. 400 health leaves us just barely alive. Oh, wait, when does it stop? I took some damage I probably shouldn't have there, but that's okay. So it deals a ton of damage, but it then gives the target shield afterwards. Hit a wide path, but I can hit myself too. Not gonna go for that one. Okay, so this one's worth 3 mana, but it does give me 2 back. And it can even give me 4 back, I imagine, if I get 2 hits in. But I am going to skip instead. Let's go further on the map. Distress signal, maybe. I kind of want to head towards the campground, but I also want to avoid the mini-bosses. We are pretty low, so I'm going to go over to the hazard. And I don't know what that exactly means. Maybe it's because of that poison damage. Definitely took way more than I should have there. Oh, gaining a slowed time is probably the best thing that can happen. I'm absolutely taking this one. As being able to successfully slow down time and dodge is perfect for me. Wait, let's put this down. Wait, but now I'm stuck. Definitely was not able to save them. Unfortunately. Gain 5 spell power when... And another artifact as well, apparently. Even though I didn't actually save them. I'm pretty sure they died. Hit the tiles diagonally. Okay, this one's a 0 mana if I'm actually able to hit it. That sounds pretty good. I'm gonna love and get another artifact too. But we are going to definitely be going through the heal instead. Let's go over to here. And then what? I think we do this, set up the shield, and then we want to slow time for sure. I just wish it was longer. Somehow, we went through all that pretty well. Someone a mana crystal that's... Do I enjoy brain rot edits? I mean, I definitely enjoyed making my ramen tier list. but it's not something I plan on doing a ton of. Did you have a specific idea or a video you wanted to share? Either way, feel free to send me the concept. I'm pretty sure we have a few flow spells, so I'm gonna go for that thing. My health is very low. So while I would love to see the shop at this point, I'm still not really able to. I need to go and get all of the healing. And then it looks like a distress. I mean, I obviously killed the person that was in distress, but we didn't die. So we take that. On flow restore 4 mana. Oh, and this is an upgrade. Catch us to gain 60 shield. Firing 12 shots. That is a lot of damage. But I think I need to go with the shield. And here we go, into the 3rd boss. We were not fast enough. And I missed with my super cool attack as well. We take 400, but we are going to heal here. And that might be enough for us to actually win in the end. Flow back is a pretty good hit here. And we actually get through. And we go onwards. I need them to give me those 400 life points. And we are actually somehow back all the way to 1,000. After dying, I guess we didn't get hit very much, huh? Oh, why did it put me that way? Pretty sure I did that pretty poorly, but I'm okay with this. I'll take the Anubis, as it seems like a guaranteed hit type of spell. SG, the ramen tier list is a short. Uploaded it a while ago, so you should be able to find it through that. I think I want to do the no hazards. Distress is fine though. And I will probably end up needing to go to the campfire rather than the shop, as seems to always be the case. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Unfortunately, I didn't have any way to not hit the healer there. Mana Fusion is just a mana restoration. Interesting. I mean, we will take this. We like casting spells. And with the Mana Gem, we are going to be able to actually make use of the extra mana. I'd say that went pretty well. Alright, we just wait for this to finish swinging. And then we go in and finish it off. Not a flawless victory or anything. Oh, Revenge is another auto hitter. We will take that for sure. And we move on to the next fight. Far from perfect, but we did fine. Throw 2 traps that root. I'm gonna go with the mana potion instead. And we are okay on health, so we could theoretically try going for the treasure. But is that going to be a wise decision? I think we often miss the treasure. I think I hit it that time. And we find 3D Printer adds kunais into the deck. That is not that worth it. And I don't like any of those rewards. Maybe we should have gone to the campfire. Oh, I am getting blasted. And I didn't even notice it. Okay. We managed to make it through. But with only 600 health, I am not looking forward to the boss fight here. I don't really see us coming out on top of this. Sorry, I am not saying much here. I am trying my best not to die. I figured out he is somewhat like Frodo Man. So I have minor ideas on what I'm supposed to be doing. But they aren't a ton. I got the root, which is nice. But I am down to just 100 health. Wait, who died? I beat the 4th boss. I went from losing on the 2nd one to making it so much further this run. And I don't think I even realistically... I didn't unlock any bonus health or anything. I think I just got a little bit better at some of those early enemies. Oh wait, that's a person I'm not supposed to be hitting. I'm not currently in the danger zone. But how do I hit that behind them? I got distracted trying to figure out what I was supposed to do to not kill the healer. Maybe I should have just gone in on them and it would have been fine. We actually did make it up a level, it seems. From level 1 to level 2. New character. Oh, and we unlocked Hazel. So, oh, and Shiso. That is a lot of unlocks. Fire shot from each flame that leaves flame on hit. And then a new relic, artifact thing. Dragon that shoots fireballs anytime you cast a spell. That seems pretty interesting. But I think we would probably start playing with some of these other characters. So what does Hazel do? Builds dangerous things. Is there a way I can get more info on what this is? Oh, maybe if I hover over it. Orbital beam. Breaks 4 tiles away. Dash forward, and then teleport a target. That doesn't seem that useful. Rooting enemies, though, seems pretty good. Anchor. Can't move. But it deals damage equal to half of the money. And I mean, it's a 0 cost spell that can deal hundreds of damage. And then what does Hazel do? Spells. Oh, it's that big minigun thing. And summoning a turret seems pretty good. The wrench is able to give structures shield. So am I able to just hide behind it? And have the turret do everything for me? I wonder. Oh, but Shisho doesn't actually come with any, Oh wait, this is a weapon and not a spell. So at any time, I'm able to spend 3 money to deal damage equal to half of the money. Interesting. I want to try out 1 round of Hazel, I think. So all I can do is summon this and then boost it up. Oh, welcome. Seiazen. Seiazen. Yeah, I have been enjoying it. I'm not very good. But we did unlock a new character, so I'm going to see if I do any better with them. The plan is that I want to be able to just hide behind the structure that I build with it and work from there. I'll go to the distress. And then, unfortunately, there's really nothing I can do. I have to shoot through this thing. Oh, wait, I can push them. I could have definitely pushed them out of the way and then killed the thing. Unfortunately for them. But I mean, I was at full health anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. So in a mana crystal that restores 4 mana when destroyed. Seems fine. But I don't really like any of these, actually. Oh, River, though, is very interesting. Because I can hide behind the structure and then just kind of use it forever. Gain defense equal to my mana. Gain 4 defense permanently. Or 1 max mana. I'm going to go with the armor, I think. And then we'll see what we get here. I need to get 3 mana. Alright, and we just barely managed to clear it out in time. Alright, so we get some money, and whatever was in that treasure chest. 20 shield anytime I get a jam. I mean, I don't currently have anything that gives me jam, but that's fine. And speaking of jam, here we go. Piercing laser with the railguns. And we are back up to max health. Apparently we have a little bit less than the other one did. So since my build is very much about summoning that tower, I think we need to not take any other spells that would inhibit our ability to summon the tower. We are at full health, so we're going for the treasure here for sure. Summon out the minigun, and then boost it up for us. But unfortunately, we were not fast enough, as the thing was not near the start of our deck. And as you can see, we really can't do anything unless our building is doing it for us. Let's grab the rest of the money and move on. I'd like something that gives me another structure. Well, this one at least gives me some extra shield. And it deals damage. So I can't complain too much about this one. And we would like some extra max mana, for sure. Alright, fighting against the boss. I literally can't do anything. Like, they broke a bunch of the tiles, literally can't move. Oh, I need to bring in another one somehow. But I need them to restore that tile. Once I was able to get up a second turret, I was fine. But that was so unnecessarily difficult. Destroying the tiles makes me completely useless. That one was pretty easy though, and will give us a few extra. Summon a structure that fires a beam. Fantastic. This is exactly what we needed. Another structure. I don't want to go to the shop though. If I'm able to remove, we are stuck. Wait, okay, here we go. A little bit silly, but we managed to get there. Gain 40 shield. I mean, I'm okay with that, I think. We need to be really careful with where we place this thing specifically. Oh, and of course, I can't actually... I have to destroy my other structure in order to actually summon this one to be able to hit it. However, we should be basically invincible like this. Okay. Gain 40 shield by cracking the tiles. I cannot do that. Hit enemies in a cone. Hit 5 tiles and add a kunai into the deck. I don't want any of those. I want structures. So to get to the shop, I can also dodge this mini boss, which is quite nice. And then we just power up this, and it'll take that out for us. Looking good. Another flawless battle, and we even get to heal 100 here. Alright, another upwind. And now we have 2 different things that can push opponents up. So we probably want to start summoning our structures over on the right side. Small chance to deal 1,000 damage. But, I mean, that's such a low odds, for sure. I should probably just take the heal. Alright, let's go over to the shop and take a look at what they are offering today. I would like to remove a spell for sure. And I also definitely want to be upgrading something, I think. Are any of these interesting? Lose 2 money every time I get hit. No. I would like to remove a spell. So I'm going to aim to move people up. So we're going to remove the knock down tile. And then, I mean, I picked up the river, but it might not even be that good. Or more realistic, well, okay, so the railgun is 150 damage. And that kind of kills my turret. But it might actually be pretty good. And Everything else seems okay. I mean, all the jams do give me shield, so I don't mind the railgun that much. I think we get rid of the river. Okay. Then we are gonna gain an upgrade here. And I probably want to try upgrading the turret. So this one is the same, but it gives me flow. This one gives it a lot more HP, and this one lowers the mana cost of it. I'm gonna go with the turret B, with the extra health. We don't have enough money for anything else here. I don't see any sell options. Maybe I'm able to double focus on Hexawan. I might be missing something else, but I don't see anything, so we'll go ahead and proceed onward. Alright, we opened with the turret this time. So we are going to be in a perfect position to actually win this battle. We are much better at protection than at other things. Because of the way we are able to just summon a structure in front of them. Hit in an axe 4 tiles away. I am good. I just want to get out my structures. Alright, and we are on to the boss. I will put that there, gain a little bit of extra, and then summon this here. Move them up. Cast the jam. Move them up again. Cast another jam. Increase my structure's health while I have the chance. Gain some shields. Keep them flowing up. And then, why did I die? I don't even know how much health I was at. Apparently, I did not do very well there. But I did get a high enough level to at least unlock some new spells. None of these are structures, though. Fire a shot from behind and deal 100 damage in a cone. I mean, I could give it one more shot. I feel like I did get a little bit confused with what I was trying to do there. Okay. So I just need to start by bringing in this. After this, we might take another break or switch to another game. Throw a cross turret 4 spaces away. But is it able to hit me? It is. So while that sounds nice, to have another structure, I don't really want one that is going to deal 150 damage to myself, or even 80. So we'll just go with nothing. For sure. We want to head over to the treasure, I think. It's a little too early to go shopping. Oh, but the early shop would actually let us remove a card from the deck. But no, I'm going to go with this instead. We need to just get our turret online. And then start buffing it up. Okay. I think we might have taken... Oh, we did that flawlessly, apparently. Summon 2 blast crystals. but they only fire the shot when they get destroyed. So that's not very useful for us. Because we're trying to get structures that stay on the board. So I'm pretty sure we are going to be skipping them again. Oh wait, also we start with the remove and are able to just do that at any time. I did not know that. Gain 13 shield? No. Gain a mana regen. Much better. So if I remove one of these push things, we'd be able to summon the gun turret even more consistently. We saw another thing that pushed upwards. So we're going to do this. And move onwards. As now we are going to be summoning even more consistent of these. Wait, that is not what I wanted. Okay, what if we just go here constantly and we just hit them when they teleport over? Okay, I like this plan. I don't think they can beat us. Oh, I accidentally got hit though, but we are gonna get the 100 heal and we are fine. Fire a shot from each structure. That actually seems like a useful spell. Onwards we go. Wait, no, we don't want that. We want to summon this. And start buffing it up. And there we go. We did it successfully. But none of these are being added to the deck, as they are not new structures. Okay, this is only going to give us like 3 hit points per battle. Definitely not worth it. But 20 shield every time we shuffle is quite good, given we only have 4 cards in the deck, and one of them costs 0. We're at full, so there is no need to go to the campfire. We just need to find our structure. And we will try buffing it enough to finish this off in time. And it looks like we did it. The rest of it is not time gated, so the crystals for extra money are ours. We store 2 mana whenever we deal a little bit of damage. Whatever. Walls are structures. I'll go for it. Because we have that other one that comes with it to bring out extra damage. We're definitely going to put the turret up on the top. And there we have it. Back to full health once again. Throwing spikes on all the tiles, no thank you. Hit back and forth on the 2 in front. Nope, and we skip again. Onwards to the very first boss. We're gonna go ahead and put up a shield here. Oh, but it is immediately getting destroyed. Okay, now I understand what it wants us to do. And that was not too hard. We actually managed to clear it, despite us having so much trouble when we do it with the other boss. I guess we will go this way. We get that extra health back, up to full, and here we go. Next fight. Oh, very rude. But we should be okay. And it survives. We are at full health. Flawless battle. We'll grab the Jam Shield. It's a 0 mana, and the Jam isn't a huge deal for us. Heal HP equal to the number of bells. Not again. No. Crack 6 enemy tiles at the start of the battle. That is good, but I'm gonna go with the Mana Gem instead. What is that? Why is that red? I've never seen that before. But it is blocking off 2 treasure chests. Probably not worth it. I managed to save one of them. So hopefully that is good enough. But maybe not. Hit all enemy tiles. No. Earthworm. Launching rocks. These are not structures. So we ignore them. Okay, and now we are good to go. Another flawless victory. Summon a beacon, and it calls down the flames kind of randomly, it looks like. But I'm okay with that, as long as it is a structure. We are happy to have it in the deck. Unfortunately, we do have to fight a mini-boss here. And we actually don't even have access to... Oh, and I accidentally overwrit, But I mean, this is some progress, for sure. Alright, here we go. Plenty of power in the blazing. And we get a win. Turtle that drops a shield whenever it gets hit. Or just gain 2 defense. I think we're just gonna go with the normal one. I don't know how that turtle works, so I'm a little bit afraid of it. Static deals 40 damage on contact. That works for me. We are at pretty good health, so we're gonna go ahead and grab this. Shopkeeper. Extra mana regen seems fine. But I'd rather do an upgrade, I think. Is there anything we want to remove from the deck? I mean, I could remove the push up. That seems nice as well. Okay, so now let's start by removing... Well, it's a 0 mana thing, though. I can always just kind of do it. I want to upgrade the beacon. So this one just gives it flow, which is whatever. This one consumes the beacon. I don't want to do that. This one gives shield. So this one's better, for sure. And I'm going to upgrade again. And this time we will upgrade. I think it's really funny to upgrade the wall. See what kind of things they put in there. I'm assuming one's just going to be summoning more walls. Oh, this one gives me more shield. This one summons 2 of them. And this one is just flow. I was really hoping to see one that just summoned one with more health. That is fine, I suppose. Now we have plenty of shields and plenty of other things. I could refresh the stock, but I'm not gonna have enough money to do anything with it. So let us head out out of here. And go to the next battle. I want to summon this. And then put this down. Fire at this. Summon this. Bring down another one. Set up the jam. And now we have a full row of our machines that are going to do great work for us. Summon another self-defense turret. Also, it's probably like whenever it gets hit, it fires, is my guess. But it doesn't actually show us in the example. So I'm going to have to pass. So I'm afraid it is going to fire on me when I try to upgrade it. Next boss. Here we go. Alright, and we will move on. Another clean fight. Oh, it looks like they are already helping me out. Oh, I pressed that in the wrong order. For sure. But we are still at over 900. So I'm not too worried about it. None of those seem interesting, so we move on to the next battle. There is another shop over that way, but I have to fight a mini-boss to get to it. So I think I'd rather go this way, towards the distress fights, because I'm able to put in shields here. And then it should be done. I mean, I assume I successfully saved them. They left the map, but I didn't see what I got for it. Hidden crack, tiles that are four tiles away from each structure. I mean, that seems pretty good. As long as we're able to get a structure online. We go here. 4 tiles away. So we need to put a structure here and then press this and we take it out. No problem. I'm guessing they gave us money or something. Summon shards. No, thank you. Plant a mine on a random tile. Seems pretty lackluster. The 2 shards aren't really able to be upgraded. So we will skip this as well. Continue on to the next one. And we get, this here and this. And then we go here. Oh, but they actually popped our things that easily, huh? I only took a little bit more damage than I should have there, but that is okay. Oh, we get a new laser turret. I think that's the same one as what's in our deck right now. No, this one's a gun turret. What is the difference? It has the same amount of HP and everything. I mean, it is a laser, though. So maybe it's more powerful. I'm gonna go with this for sure. And we will continue on. Okay. So I can either heal up, or I can try to go for a treasure. I think I'm gonna play it safe this time. And just go for the heal. as long as we're able to hold out long enough with our structures. I think we do it successfully. Then we fire off some shots and finish this round as well. And now our jams are no longer anchoring. But we don't want any of these rewards. We are now fighting Saffron. That is the main character. Oh, okay. Continue. We will see what Saffron is up to. When I get to 3, okay, here we go. We are a little bit stuck in the back here. Oh, but not anymore. And that... Oh, I forgot they revive. Clever. And they are down. I will, of course, not be killing them. I love healing up for sure. Brings us right back up to max health. We were around 600, so that works out perfectly. And a clean victory again. Not a flawless one, but we were at full health, so I will take it. And we even reach level 6. I guess we'll just take the mana regen, even though we don't really seem to need it that much. Alright, this time I do want to go to the shop, and I obviously don't want to do whatever this big red thing is. So I am going to be forced to fight the mini-boss. We will go here. And it seemed pretty simple. We gain 20 cash, and nothing we are going to use here. Vest is 40 HP. Not great. Especially if it's only a one-time use per battle. Wait. This could be an issue. Because it's so much random damage. Yeah, they are gone. Well, not that it matters all too much anyway. We were at full health and wouldn't have gotten anything from them. Let's go ahead and continue onwards to our difficult boss fight. Unfortunately, it is, I'm not really sure what happened there, but we did win anyway. Start a battle with 40 shield, or gain 2 defense. I mean, we probably getting hit more than 10 times. Okay, maybe we don't, but it could happen. Distress signal or a heal. Definitely going towards the shop here. And our first shuffle is now instant. Not bad. We aren't doing any poison, but we will take it anyway. I don't think we want any of this. Let us continue on towards the shop. With 400, we might actually be able to do something interesting. For instance, we're definitely going to be able to buy an upgrade. We don't need any of this. Swords hit my tile. I don't know what that means. Oh, it means I have to move a lot. I can sell health for 25 money, but I'm not going to do that for sure. I'm going to grab another upgrade. And we're going to upgrade the laser turret because it seems quite strong. All right, here we go. One that has twice as much HP. One that would consume the laser, but it gives 5 health. Doesn't really seem that great. And this one, as always, is just random flow. I'm gonna go with the double HP. And then we will upgrade the gun turret as well. And this time, I'm gonna go for the halved mana cost. And we still have 300 cash. So I can grab extra mana regen and another upgrade. And actually 2 extra upgrades. So our whole deck is going to be upgraded cards. Let's see what Jam Shield does. Double cast for 1 mana. We now get 100 shield. Why would we want this one? Oh, it's because there are bonuses that give, if you have fragile. But I'm going to go with the one that slowly produces additional maximum health. And I can either do bombard or volley. I'm gonna go with volley here. So this one can volley and apply fragile, but this one can give me more shields. So I'm going with that. We want to be as tanky as possible. We can close out the shop and move on to the boss, number 4. Okay. I don't seem to really be hitting him all that much, which is concerning. Where is he? Oh, I need to clear these bombs, but I can't. Okay. Presumably with the 400 heal, we will be fine. Back to 976. Perfect. Alright, a nice clean battle there. I don't think we need any of these. So we pass one more time, and we go up to level 7. I could gain a little bit of healing, but I think I'd rather do the, granite, just in case we go across that person who keeps breaking all of our stuff. I want to go to the shop, so that means we have to fight the mini-boss, which means we have to go this way. I think we started out with with more health than we started with. Summoning a shield generator is nice. As long as we remember to put it all the way in the back. So I will take it. That is what we like to see. Another clean battle. Letting the turrets do it for us is definitely the play. I'm pretty sure we did get hit at some point, but that was totally fine. Paper wallet gives us some money, but this one allows me to deal extra damage whenever I shuffle the deck. I'll just go with the money. And then we beat the boss, so we're able to go heal and visit the shop, which is very convenient. Why is he here, though? I guess it was an extra heal for having him on my team. Alright, and now we are at the shop again. I can gain more mana. The piggy bank is definitely not going to pull itself out. Shields decay quickly, but it would heal me. But I am at max health. So, what do I actually want? I mean, I can purchase this for extra mana, which seems like it's always a good idea. And then I'm too broke to upgrade a spell. But do I want to remove anything from the deck? I mean, I could get rid of the gun and then rely totally on the structures. That sounds fun. So I'm gonna go for it. Alright, and unfortunately, here comes all of the breaking effects. Another boss down. Again, I don't really ever see any reason to kill them here. Only 2 types of zones left. I guess we'll do the jungle next. gain 30 shield for every flow. But I don't have any of that because I went for all the other upgrades instead. So once again, we are skipping. And we will continue on to the next map. Shop. Shop is on the bottom here. But camp is on the top. Which one is going to be more valuable? I think we've already upgraded basically everything in our deck. So I'm going to go towards the... Okay. I don't think any of these are useful either. The sit behind a wall of objects seems to be doing quite well. Stopping time every time I shuffle sounds pretty good. But dealing 5 damage for every spell also adds up pretty quickly. So let's go with that one. And based on our health in the next fight is how we will decide what we go for. Are we gonna fight the boss? Or are we simply going for the... for the other battles? Once again, no new interesting structures. So we go to the next battle. Onwards to here. Because we want to go to the campsite. Even if it means taking a little bit of damage from this, I think. We definitely didn't save anybody there. But that is fine. Gaining 10 defense every time I summon a structure. Well, maybe summon means the pets. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm going to take it because raising the difficulty is definitely not something I want to be doing. We're just going to rest up and go for the heals. Back to full. And what do we have? A nice structure here, one here, fire some damage, set up the shield generator, and then we are waiting for mana. Okay, and now we have our actual turrets going online. We can get rid of the jam to shuffle, grab the shield generator, generate some additional shields, go for a shot, set this up, and once we are able to fire this, the battle is done. Victory, but I don't think there are going to be any interesting summons here. We'll go ahead and skip the reward. Even though the mana crystal does seem nice, we are at a high enough mana where I don't think it's super important. our never-ending turrets are doing quite well. I think. It is a little bit hard to tell, actually. And there we go. Gun control, defeat tier 4 Shiso. I guess we unlocked an achievement. Approaching Arctic. We are going to have... Here we go, and then this one. Unfortunately, not much we can do from here. We were kind of stuck in that position. We can summon this down, fire these, get rid of the jam, set up this. Grab the extra shield, replace this building. Nope, it didn't work. Okay. Summon this one instead, and we are done. Throw a bomb. No. Give the target shield. No. Summon 2 shards that are higher rarity. Oh wait, the bomb might be okay, actually. But it isn't part of my strategy, so we are going to pass. I'm gonna go ahead and just grab the extra mana here. That way I'm able to bring out things even faster. We're gonna do the same strategy as last time, where we go up to the boss and see if we end up wanting it at the end of this. Summon this, summon this, summon this. Summon those, fire out the shot, set up this. Let's get rid of the jam. Summon this, summon this, summon this. And we were ready to start firing off our shots, but we didn't need to. So once again, we do not take any spell. We will go this way. Summon out the turret once we get the chance. Summon this down, grab the shield generator, and then start firing our shots, gain some shield, get rid of the jam. And this is mostly just cycling through everything until we're able to get our actual attacks back. And finally, we managed to do it. But we are at 1,000 health again. Summon a structure. Oh, Sunbeamer, and it's already upgraded. It summons 2 of them. That sounds fantastic. Let's add the Sunbeamer into the deck for sure. And we tab over to the boss. We are at nearly full HP, so we don't need the campfire. Let's go towards the distress signal and see what we get. And an easy fight, especially for this late in the game. Only a single opponent. I don't think we need any of this. So let's go ahead and move on. Continue. Over to the treasure chest, and we just need to find something we are able to summon. And we are trying our best to weaken it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we made it. One structure alone was not offering enough damage. Maybe if I boosted its spell power even further, it would have been better. Super minigun is up to 200 damage, but it doesn't work with my current strategy. So we're going to have to skip the rewards and move on to the next battle. We want to summon out this one and start powering it up, and this one as well. And then give it to the jam. Set this up. Fire. And we should have everything or something in every row now. And there we go. It took a while, but we made it without any real risk. Level 10. Get another mana? Sure. Oh, is it the boss battle now? Let's set up as many of these as we can. Chill generator up in the back. Turret here. Fire off the shot. Get rid of the jam. And we need to fire that to get our next set up. Summon this. Set this in the back. Set this. And we just set this up as well. And then we should be okay. Replace this if we can. There we go. And launch the bombs. And we just need to fire out some shots and cycle through the spells as fast as we can to get additional summons. Wait, I'm almost dead. Oh, and that dealt 470 damage. Oh. We appreciate that, for sure. But then it just kills us again. I think I don't understand if I'm supposed to be standing on or dodging this character. I don't even know what their name is. I probably don't understand what is going on. What is the name of this one? It might be Reva. No, that is the knight. Is it Celicy? No. Is it Violet? It is. Alright, can I get some boss info on this, please? Okay. Opens with a series of green notes. Tile. If the player is on the tile, I gain shields. Okay. And I get hit by the big 470 damage attack that I was not able to dodge. So I need to actually stand on the green tiles instead of dodging them like I was trying to. I think that's the only thing I need to know in order to be able to beat the boss. But we are going to do that another time. And I'm going to be done with the stream for today. We've played a lot of Pokemon and a lot of this. Thank you to anyone who tuned